will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the land acquisition process occasioned by the Lamu Port, South Sudan, Ethiopia Transport Lapset project in Turkana County. The Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the distribution of subsidized fertilizers to farmers in the North Rifts and other parts of the country. Nominated Senator Gloria Roba, will be seeking a statement pursuant to Standing Orders number 53, subsection 1. Her statements regards the inadequate bed capacity at Mbagathi and Mama Lucy hospitals.
Senator Roba, we are waiting for you to take your seat. I have a communication to make. Now, honorable senators in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, we have 16 students and 1 faculty member from the Mamangina University College in Kiambu County who are undertaking a one-day education visit in the Senate. Now, honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will request the majority leader under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome to the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity on behalf of all our colleagues to welcome the visiting students from this institution in Kiambu County. I'm sure that when they scheduled a visit to the Senate, it's as an appreciation of the good work that has been going on in this House, understand the lawmaking procedures, and that they will draw inspiration from their leaders in knowing that in the next few years, many of us will not be in this House and will be looking up to them to shepherd and guide our country, most especially with regards to entrenching devolution, Mr. Speaker, and protecting its interest as a core mandate of the Senator. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish them well in their studies. I hope that they get the full breadth of understanding of our responsibilities and that which they sought out to find when they set journey from Kiambu to come to the Senate. I wish them well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, I do have another communication to make. Honorable senators, the standing orders outline the procedure for introduction, consideration and voting on bills in the Senate. As honorable senators are aware, the first reading is the formal introduction of a bill in the Senate. The second reading relates to debate on the merits and demerits of a bill, while the Committee of the Whole relates to consideration of a bill clause by clause, including amendments, if any. And the third reading serves as the final stage, where general comments on a bill may be made before voting and referral to the National Assembly. It has now become necessary, honorable senators, for me to communicate a provision in the standing orders relating to co-sponsorship of bills, as a number of sponsors may have overlooked this provision upon conclusion of bills in the Senate and subsequent referral to the National Assembly for consideration. Honorable senators, as you are aware, Standing Order 161 of the Senate Standing Orders provides that upon passage of a bill originating in the Senate, a certified copy of the bill shall be forwarded to the clerk of the National Assembly by way of a message. Further, Standing Order 162 provides for the framework for co-sponsorship of Senate bills in the National Assembly, and Standing Order 162(1) and 2 state as follows. A senator who intends to nominate a member or members of the National Assembly to co-sponsor a bill passed by the Senate shall, upon passage of the bill, notify the Speaker in writing of the names of the proposed co-sponsors. 2. The National Assembly shall be notified of the proposed co-sponsorship through the message referring the bill to the National Assembly under Standing Order 161-1, referral of the Senate bills to the National Assembly. A similar provision has been made in the National Assembly relating to bills originating from the National Assembly to the Senate at Standing Order 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. Now, Honorable Senators, implementation of the framework referred to above is ongoing. This can be evidenced by a number of bills that have been co-sponsored in both the Senate and the National Assembly. The bills that have so far been co-sponsored in both houses include the following: the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Beth Siengo, MP, and co-sponsored by Honorable Mary Emase, MP, in the National Assembly. 2, the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2022, sponsored by Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar, MP, and co-sponsored by the Leader of Majority Party in the National Assembly. The Mang Bills Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2022, sponsored by Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, and co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Musimi Nzengu, MP, in the National Assembly. The Starter Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, sponsored by Senator Crystal Asige, MP, and co-sponsored by Honorable Irene Mayaka, MP, in the National Assembly. The Persons with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Crystal Asige, MP, and co-sponsored by Honorable Millie Odhiambo, MP, in the National Assembly. The Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, MP, and Senator Crystal Asige, MP, and co-sponsored by Honorable Millie Odhiambo, MP, in the National Assembly. The Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022, sponsored by Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, MP, and co-sponsored by Honorable Dr. John Kanyuthia Mutunga, MP, in the National Assembly. The Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Miraj Abdurrahim, and co-sponsored by Honorable Beatrice Kemei, MP, in the National Assembly. The Sugar Bill, National Assembly's Bill number 34 of 2022, sponsored by the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, MP, and co-sponsored by Senator David Wakoli Wafula, MP, in the Senate. And the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills 46 of 2022, sponsored by Honorable Abdul Rahman Dawood, MP, and co-sponsored by Senator Samson Cherange, MP, in the Senate. In the absence of co-sponsorship in another house, the bill is likely to be introduced and moved by a member who may not fully appreciate the importance and gist of that particular bill. And therefore, honorable members, in numerous jurisdictions, including the United States of America, co-sponsorship of bills is a norm. In an effort to show their support for a bill and increase its prospects of passing the other house, sponsors frequently look for co-sponsors. Sponsors of bills in the Senate are therefore encouraged to identify co-sponsors in the National Assembly and communicate the same in writing to the office of the Speaker of the Senate immediately the bill is passed in the Senate. The message to the National Assembly on the passage of a bill originating from the Senate will therefore include the name of the co-sponsor identified in the National Assembly as required under Standing Order 162-2. I thank you, honorable senators. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Senator Fuller, proceed to your seat. You'll exchange greetings later. Now, honorable senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46, 3, and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly with respect to the Senate amendments to the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023. The message, which is dated 14th of March 2024, was received in the office of the clerk of the Senate on the same date. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-1 and 148A of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bills number 75 of 2023, with amendments on Wednesday, 21st of February 2024, and referred it to the Senate for consideration in accordance with Article 110(4) of the Constitution. And whereas on Tuesday, the 12th of March 2024, the Senate considered the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, and passed it with amendments, and referred the bill back to the National Assembly for concurrence. And further, whereas the National Assembly, having considered the amendments, concurred with the Senate on Thursday, 14th of March 2024, now therefore, having concluded the bicameral passage of the bill, I will present Honorable Senators, having concluded the bicameral passage of the bill, the said bill, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution, the Speakers of Parliament presented the bill to His Excellency the President for assent today, Tuesday, the 19th of March, 2024. The same is now an act of Parliament. I thank you. Honorable Senators, I also have another message to pass on. I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the decision of the National Assembly to reject the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022, at the second reading. The message, dated Tuesday, the 12th of March 2024, was received on Thursday, 14th of March 2024, in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 41 and 149(1)(b) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Senate considered and passed the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022, with amendments on Tuesday, the 1st of August 2023, and referred it to the National Assembly for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution. And whereas, upon consideration, the National Assembly rejected the bill at second reading on Tuesday, the 12th of March 2024, thereby committing the same to mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(1)(a) of the Constitution. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate and seek the appointment of senators to the mediation committee on the bill. Honorable Senators, consequent to the said decision, the Speaker of the National Assembly appointed the following members of the National Assembly to mediation committee to consider the bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. These are the Honorable David Gikaria, MP, the Honorable Charles Cameron, MP, the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, MP, the Honorable Joseph Emathe, MP, the Honorable TJ Kajwang, MP, the Honorable Irene Kasalu, MP, and the Honorable Dick Maungu, MP. Honorable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 166(2) of the Senate Standing Orders, and in consultation with the majority and minority leaders, I will, at the appropriate time, appoint senators to the mediation committee. I thank you. Well, unless it's in intervention seeking a clarification, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, rather than a point of order, actually, is to seek your direction on a matter that, if not arrested, will soon lead us into a stalemate between us and the colleagues in the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Sam, occasionally, when I'm not in the chamber, I do follow proceedings of what happens in the Assembly, especially when they are debating bills that have emanated from the Senate. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Speaker, this is the second bill in this session that the Assembly has negated at the second reading stage. Mr. Speaker, and I have said this even to our colleagues on the minority side many times, that unless a bill is fatally flawed ab initio, it is an abuse of legislative procedure to negate any bill at second reading. Mr. Speaker, because I have seen bills that come to this House, and while the context and the overall body of what that bill seeks to do may not be what members intend, but because of our very rigorous procedures of lawmaking, Mr. Speaker, including second reading and eventually in the committee of the whole, you clean it up and conform it to provisions of the Constitution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, given that this is a second bill where the House has considered, and particularly this bill, Mr. Speaker, there is a history to this bill. This bill has been in the corridors of Parliament for over 10 years, Mr. Speaker. We have considered it severally. In fact, I have lost count of the number of times that Senate has sent this bill to the National Assembly, and it has been returned, Mr. Speaker. In fact, much as there is progress to report, because previously it used to be left to gather dust in the shelves of the Assembly. This time they went all the way to second reading. Perhaps you need to establish procedure, Mr. Speaker, between you and your colleague, the Speaker of the National Assembly, on how to consider our bills. Because, Mr. Speaker, we receive many bills from the Assembly side as well. And there are many things which, for one reason or the other, we hold a different view on how they perceive it. But I find it to be a smack in the face of a smack on the face of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, when you negate a bill at second reading and call for mediation. It's an abuse of legislative mandate, and as leaders in this House, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish, because in a bicameral relation, our main link between us and the Assembly is you, Mr. Speaker, that you register our displeasure with the leadership of the Assembly through their Speaker on how they are treating our bills, Mr. Speaker. It is my considered view that a bill should be considered to the final stage, then we can have a proper mediation, Mr. Speaker, of how they hold different views on certain provisions. But to conclude on it at second reading, Mr. Speaker, is not fair to this House. And it's a matter for which I'm inviting you to have a conversation with your counterpart, the Speaker of the lower house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Indeed, your concerns are valid, and I'll take it up with my counterpart in the National Assembly. However, if you listen to my earlier communication on co-sponsorship, co-sponsorship is one of the ways that we can employ to avoid scenarios such as this. Because one, in as much as the bill is considered extremely important by the Senate, the National Assembly may not necessarily feel the spirit behind that bill. But if it's developed with certain co-sponsors in the National Assembly, those naturally becomes our ambassadors, and they can make a case for and on behalf of the Senate, because then they will feel the spirit behind this bill. Otherwise, I will take it up, and we want to hope that this may be the last bill to collapse at the second reading in the National Assembly. Next order, Clerk.
Order number 4, petitions.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a petition regarding regulation of credit profession that was submitted by CCP Mokaya Magembi Bernard. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the right of every Kenyan citizen to petition public authorities and Parliament as conferred in the Constitution under Article 37 and Article 119. Further to the petition to Parliament, Procedure Act number 22 of 2012 makes provision for the procedure for the exercise of the right to petition and defines the format of the petition to be addressed to Parliament. Pursuant to Standing Orders 232(1)A and 236(2)B of the Senate Standing Orders, on the 23rd of May 2023, a public petition concerning regulation of credit profession was presented to the Senate. The petition has been submitted to the Office of the Clerk by members of the Council of Institute of Credit Management Kenya, led by CCP Mokaya Magembe Bennett, who is chairman. Mr. Speaker, sir, the petitioners prayed that the Senate enacts legislation to regulate the credit profession. The committee considered this petition with a view to determining whether the matters raised therein merit intervention by legislature. During its inquiry and engagement with petitioners and relevant stakeholders such as the Central Bank of Kenya, the committee found that credit professionals are increasingly playing a vital role in the economy, especially in the sectors dominated by financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, the credit professionals primarily undertake credit management, including determination of the credit worthiness of customers, managing relationships between the lender and a customer, mitigating against financial loss by assessing the credit risk of financial institutions, and developing credit policies for financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, proper credit management influences financial inclusion, encourages ecosystem within which access to credit is improved. However, it is immediately apparent that whereas the primary role of credit management is to maximize profit, this cannot be achieved at the expense of the well-being of borrowers. In the quest for ensuring profitability, some lenders have shown over the years evidence to resort to unscrupulous methods, especially in the collection of debt and misinformation of lenders on the fine print of borrowing facilities. This has led to situations where borrowers have overcommitted themselves financially. Further, lenders have institutionalized harassment and other forms of abuse as part of the innovative techniques or methods of collecting debt. These predatory lending policies have in some instances had the opposite effect, where borrowers have been victims of exploitative collection practices, high rates of default due to non-disclosures within the conditions of lending that is not brought to the attention of the borrowers. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this crossroad of profit versus public interest, stands the credit professionals whose main task is to ensure that credit management is underpinned by three main points, that is profitability, customer focus, and market stability. This means that a proper credit management system involves development of clear credit policies that sets out in clear terms credit limits, payment terms, interest rates, penalties, and late payments. Secondly, a regular customer monitoring and implementation of ethical collection pathways and clear and ambiguous communication is required. This infrastructure requires professionals whose training, qualifications, and contact is subject to regulatory law. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee therefore found merit and resolved to grant the petitioner's prayer for the enactment of the law to regulate credit professionals in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee will soon be presenting a bill to this House on the regulation of credit profession for consideration and passage. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, the committee appreciate the petitioners, members of the Council of Institute of Credit Management Kenya, who presented the petition through the clerk's office. The committee acknowledges the time and considerable effort made by the Central Bank, who submitted information concerning this petition. The committee is also particularly grateful to the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for support received during the discharge of this mandate. I submit.
Can I say something?
Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
The Leader Majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 19th of March, 2024. 1, the National Building Code, Legal Notice number 47 of 2024. The Fisheries Regulations, Legal Notice number 49 of 2024. 3, Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Busia County Trade Development Revolving Fund for the year ended 30th June 2022. Then reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following for the year ended 30th June 2023. 1, County Executive of Migori, County Assembly of Migori, County Government of Migori, Receiver of Revenue, the County Government of Migori, County Revenue Fund, Migori County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Municipality of Migori, Municipality of Rongo, the County Assembly of Kisii, Kisii County Assembly Members Loan and Mortgage, Kisii County Emergency Fund, Kisii County Veterinary Service Development Fund, Kisii County Loans and Mortgages Fund, Kisii County Health Facilities Improvement Fund, Demonstration Farm Fund Kisii, the County Executive of Homa Bay, Municipality of Homa Bay, Nakuru County Emergency Fund, Nakuru County Bursary Fund, Laikipia County Business Stimulus Fund, Laikipia County Leasing Fund, the County Executive of Bungoma, County Assembly of Bungoma, the Bungoma County Assembly Members Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Bungoma County Pensions with Persons with Disabilities Empowerment Fund, Bungoma County Disaster Management Fund, and Management and Emergency Fund, the County Government of Bungoma, County Revenue Fund, County Executive of Busia, County Assembly of Busia, the Busia County Assembly Revolving Fund, County Government of Busia, Receiver of Revenue, Busia Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Busia County Trade Development Revolving Fund, Busia County Health Services Fund. I thank you.
Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 7th of March.
Senator Faki, you are supposed to lay a paper. You're doing this on behalf of Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 19th of March, 2024. Report on the inaugural high-level joint session of the Council of Governors, COG, and the Senate held from the 15th of June to the 18th of June, 2023 at Naivasha in Nakuru County. Thank you.
Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 19th of March, 2024. The county government's additional allocations cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2023-2024. Thank you.
Senator Moses Kajwang, or any member of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 19 March 2024. Report of the proceedings and resolution of the inaugural biannual devolution conference held from 15 to 19 August 2023 in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, on behalf of Senator Moses Kajwang. I beg to lay.
Next, order clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Honorable Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to give notice on the following motion, that aware that Part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution of Kenya obligates county governments with the responsibility to develop, establish, manage and maintain sports and cultural facilities, which include stadia, sport arenas, cultural centers and other related infrastructure. Noting that this entire coastal region of the country lacks a modern stadium built to international standards, thereby depriving the people of the benefits that come with stadia and sports facilities. Concerned that the construction of the Mombasa Municipal Stadium has encountered delays and setbacks since the inception of the project in 2019 due to financial constraints, which has since halted the construction, depriving the community of the much needed facility. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the National Treasury and the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports allocate a conditional grant to the county government of Mombasa amounting to a Kenya shillings 1.7 billion for the completion of the Mombasa Municipal Stadium. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, the Honorable Senator Okongo Mogeni. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Hezena Lemaletian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a statement on an issue of a general topical concern on efforts made to address the pressing issue of waste management through the development and implementation of a vibrant circular economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely efforts to address the pressing issue of waste management through the development and implementation of a vibrant circular economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya generates over 8 million metric tons of waste annually, and this calls for adoption of innovative approaches to transform waste into valuable raw materials for industrial production in order to mitigate environmental degradation and promoting sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, sir, the benefits of a circular economy cannot be gainsaid, as it cuts on waste and reduces. Mr. Speaker, I beg. Mr. Speaker, I'm being distracted here by my two colleagues.
Order, Senator Haji and Senator Dulo. May the senator be heard in silence. No.
Thank you, Mr.
Funny
Speaker.
gestures. Allow the senator to make a statement. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the benefits of a circular economy cannot be gainsaid, as it cuts on waste and reduces carbon emissions. Products are kept in use for as long as possible through sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we embark on this transformative journey, it is crucial to ensure that these benefits are equitably distributed across all segments in the society. This can be achieved by conducting a thorough gender and general demographic analysis at each stage of the value chain involved in the transformation process. Further, disaggregating the data will also help in identifying and addressing any disparities, if any, in the accessibility of opportunities by both men and women during the process. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to maximize the impact of our waste management efforts, it is essential to decentralize the circular economy and engage communities at the grassroots level, indicating participation by wide and benefits to be derived from the waste management process. Empowering communities to take ownership of waste management initiatives will also foster local economic development and environmental stewardship. In addition, it is also important to diversify the typologies of industrial production plants that will utilize the raw material generated from our waste management efforts, incorporating a range of industries specialized in recycling, manufacturing, and renewable energy production. It will help in creating a more resilient and sustainable circular economy, which will in turn contribute to job creation and economic growth across various sectors. Mr. Speaker, sir, integrating waste collection, processing and industrial production at the local level will minimize transportation costs and environmental impact while maximizing the utilization of resources and generating economic opportunities for local communities. This will call for the production plants to be strategically located in order to spur a circular economy within the country. In conclusion, I emphasize the critical importance of bottom-up approaches in spurring the circular economy, starting from the village or ward level and extending to the sub-county and county levels. Harnessing the collective efforts of communities and leveraging local resources will make us realize the vision of a sustainable and inclusive circular economy that aligns with our national development agenda and aspirations. I thank you.
Senator Lominan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Statement on the urgent need to improve water transportation in Lake Turkana to enhance trade and connectivity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of inter-county concern, namely the urgent need for improved water transportation in Lake Turkana to enhance trade and connectivity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I bring to your attention the pressing issue of challenging water transportation in Lake Turkana, which has significantly impeded trade between the Turkana community and other communities residing on the opposite side of the lake. Despite the vast potential for trade and economic exchange, the absence of proper water transportation vessels suitable for a large-scale transportation has hindered the realization of these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Lake Turkana with its immense resources and strategic location holds a great promise for facilitating trade and connectivity between various communities in the region. However, the lack of adequate water transportation infrastructure has posed several challenges, limiting the movement of goods, people, and services across the lake. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is disheartening to note that while other lakes in the region, such as Lake Victoria, boast large vessels like MV Nyerunge in the port of Nanalo, Tanzania, MV Victoria in Bukoba, Tanzania, MV Segerema at Mwanza, Tanzania, MV Kahawa in Port Bell, Uganda, MV Uhuru at Kisumu Docks in Kenya, and MV Pial in Uganda, enabling transportation of goods, trading, and fishing. Lake Turkana remains undeserved in terms of water transportation infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sir, some of challenges arising from the lack of proper water transportation in Lake Turkana includes: 1. Limited access to markets. The absence of reliable transportation vessels hampers the ability of Turkana community to access markets located on opposite side of the lake, restricting their economic activities and their opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I seek for protection from the senators who are seated behind
Senator
me.
Haji and Senator Hezena, you can make use of the lounge to extend your conversation.
Thank you, Mr.
Otherwise,
Speaker,
when you're
sir.
here, you have to allow the senator to read his statement in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. 2, isolation of communities residing along the shore of Lake Turkana face isolation and limited connectivity due to adequate transportation options, which affect social interaction and economic development. 3, hindered economic growth. The inability to transport goods efficiently across the lake stifles economic growth and development opportunities for Turkana community and other communities in the region, limiting their potential for prosperity. 4, safety concerns. The use of market shift and inadequate watercraft for transportation poses significant safety risks to passengers and goods, especially during adverse weather conditions. Mr. Speaker, sir, in light of this challenge, I urge the Senate to prioritize the development of robust water transportation infrastructure in Lake Turkana. This includes the acquisition of suitable vessels capable of facilitating large-scale transportation of goods and passengers, similar to those operating in other lakes in the region. Mr. Speaker, sir, by investing in improved water transportation, we can unlock the economic potential of Lake Turkana, promote trade and connectivity between the communities, and foster socio-economic development in the region. It is essential that we work collaboratively with relevant stakeholders to address the critical issues and ensure equitable access to transportation services for all residents of Turkana County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the indulgence request for statement on the distribution of subsidized fertilizer to farmers in North Rift and other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries Committee regarding the distribution of subsidized fertilizer to farmers across the country. In the statement, 1, the committee should 1, provide a comprehensive report on the quantity of fertilizer bags currently in stock at the National Cereals and Produce Board, elucidating the Ministry of Agriculture's readiness to meet fertilizer demand, considering that the North Rift is currently in the planting season. So, Speaker, sir, number 2, state the reasons for the ongoing delays in the distribution of fertilizers, subsidized fertilizer to the farmers by the National Cereals and Produce Board, explaining whether the delays are a result of a shortage of fertilizer and whether the said shortage has been communicated to the farmers and public. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 3, disclose whether the Ministry of Agriculture has adopted any alternative measures for increasing accessibility of subsidized fertilizer to the farmers, such as issuing vouchers to farmers, e-messages, e-vouchers, enabling them to redeem and obtain fertilizer from private vendors at 2,500 to facilitate them to plant timely, because there have been allegations of being sold at 3,950. So, Speaker, sir, finally, number 4, elaborate on the actions taken by the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries to address allegations of corruption and malpractices, including the instances of individuals and staff of NCPB and other agencies facilitating the issuance of subsidized fertilizer to unqualified persons who are not registered as farmers among the 4 million farmers that has been registered in the country, Mr. Speaker, through fraudulent means such as inflating farm acreage or registering non-existent farms and farmers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Lominan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I raise statement on land acquisition process occasioned by the LAPSET project in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on land acquisition process occasioned by Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport LAPSET corridor project in Turkana County. In the statement, the committee should 1. State whether there was a formal engagement between the National Land Commission and the Turkana County government to discuss the land acquisition process, ensuring transparency and consideration of the community's interest, tabling evidence of the same. 2. Disclose whether any assessment have been conducted to evaluate the potential impacts of the LAPSET project on livelihood of the Turkana community, stating the finding and mitigation measures proposed to address the adverse impacts. 3. Outline measures the National Land Commission will implement to safeguard the land tenure security of the communities in affected areas in Turkana South, Kapese, Loperod, and Turkana East, Kochadin, Lopi, Elala, Lotubai, Tangitit, and Ngelukia, preventing exploitation and land grabbing in light of the compulsory acquisition published in Kenya Gazette Notice number 4388. 4. State the legal framework and policies in use to ensure fair and equitable compensation for the community's loss of ancestral land, considering the unregistered status of Turkana's communal land. And 5. Disclose the benefits that will accrue to Turkana community from the LAPSET project, stating how these benefits will be fairly distributed and how the project plan to incorporate local needs and priorities into this implementation. Mr. Speaker, I have the second.
Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is on the operationalization of the rural electrification and renewable energy corporation projects in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Energy on operationalization of rural electrification and renewable energy corporation (REREC) projects in Turkana County. In this statement, the committee should 1. List villages in REREC projects are located and provide an update on their status of operationalization. 2. State reason for the delay in operationalization of REREC projects in Turkana County, specifically those commissioned in 2019 in areas including Kangatipur in Turkana South, Lopedru in Turkana East, Kadopa, Napeikar in Loima, Loturere, Lolupe, and Nayu in Turkana Central, Turkana West, Kaeris in Turkana North, including the specific challenges facing and revised actionable timetable for their completion. 3. Steps the Ministry of Energy is taking to expedite the design, supply, installation, and commissioning of solar photovoltaic generation plants with associated power distribution network mini-grids in Turkana County, with particular focus on Kalokol, Namukuse in Turkana Central, Lachan Kamatak and Apusmoru in Turkana South, Lorengipi in Loima, Lamunyana Kwan in Turkana East, Kaikor, Kanakurdio, Kibich, Kokro, Oropoi, and Nachikui in Turkana North, and Oropoi in Turkana West, giving timelines and strategies being considered by ministry to ensure that the electrification efforts in Turkana County also include the installation of floodlights in strategic centers and towards towns, as well as stand-alone solar PV systems for schools and health facilities to address broader socio-economic development goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A statement by Senator Kathuri Murungi is deferred pursuant to his own request. We move to Senator for Bungoma, David Wakoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the outcome of the assessment by the African Population and Health Research Center on the policy and institutional constraints to the availability and supply of medical oxygen in Kenya. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the scope of the research conducted by the African Population and Health Research Center on policy and institutional constraints on the availability and supply of medical oxygen in hospitals countrywide, with a focus on the methodology and criteria used in the research. B, explain the measures put in place by the Ministry of Health to implement the research findings and the subsequent recommendations. And C, outline any other measures put in place by the Ministry to bolster medical oxygen availability and affordability. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare concerning the fate of staff working at Huduma centers in Kenya, in Bungoma, as well as in other counties, and the policies guiding the deployment of staff serving therein. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the terms of engagement for staff deployed to serve citizens at Huduma centers countrywide. 2, elucidate on the deployment policy at the Bungoma Huduma Center, specifying the factors and criteria used for selecting staff for the relocation to other departments, especially after gaining relevant experience and training. 3, outline the measures in place to support staff affected by these deployments, particularly those who have financial commitments due to bank loans tied to their extraneous allowances. 4, table an audit report on the qualifications of the top management and the sub-county human resource personnel running the Bungoma Huduma Center. And 5, recommend measures to ensure orderly operations at the Huduma Center to enable the staff to serve citizens without fear of intimidation or threats from senior management. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries Committee regarding the shortage of suitable maize seed varieties for farmers in Bungoma County during current and ongoing planting season. In the statement, the committee should, A, provide a report on the current stock levels of the following varieties of hybrid maize seed available for use by farmers in Bungoma County: 624, 513, 614, 6213, 629, 516, and 520. B, state the measures put in place by the Kenya Seed Company to ensure that the above seed varieties, which are suitable for farmers in Bungoma, are made available and accessible to farmers, noting that the planting season has commenced. C, investigate and report to the Senate the cause of the shortage of suitable maize seed in the region, which is part of the country's food basket. And D, outline any other measures put in place by the ministry to make sure that such shortages that disrupt crop production are not experienced in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Gloria Oroba.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my request for statement on the inadequate bed capacity at Mbagathi and Mama Lucy hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health concerning the inadequate bed capacity at Mbagathi County Referral and Mama Lucy hospitals. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline the specific measures taken by the County Government of Nairobi and the Ministry of Health to address the chronic shortage of beds in hospitals, particularly in maternity wards at Mbagathi County Referral and Mama Lucy Hospital, where a significant number of mothers are compelled to share beds with as many as 3 or 4 individuals occupying a single bed. 2, they should provide an assessment of the current infrastructure and resource allocation at Mbagathi County Referral and Mama Lucy hospitals, including an analysis of the factors contributing to the inadequate bed capacity and the lack of sufficient seating arrangements for patients while they wait to secure beds. And finally, they should state the steps being taken to ensure the timely and effective implementation of measures to expand bed capacity and improve facilities and to safeguard the health and dignity of patients, especially expectant mothers who rely on these healthcare institutions for essential care and support. Thank you.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the impending shutdown of the mining company based Titanium Limited in Kwale County. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, state any measures in place to address the imminent loss of employment for the more than 800 local and expatriate employees of Base Titanium Limited. Number 2, assess the projected impacts of the company's closure on national revenue, specifically in terms of taxes and royalties, as well as the potential economic repercussions on local suppliers and the broader economy of Kwale County, and propose mitigating strategies. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, examine the status of community projects and agreements initiated by Base Titanium Limited, including scholarships, infrastructure development, and community empowerment programs, and propose strategies to sustain these initiatives. Number 4, provide details of any proposed plans for the land currently leased to the said company, ensuring that it is reclaimed for the benefit of the local community and that the reclamation adheres to environmental conservation standards. And finally, Mr. Speaker, outline any comprehensive national strategy for the extractive sector that includes contingency plans for the closure of major mining operations to safeguard against such economic shocks in the future. I also have another statement, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the accident involving an aircraft belonging to Safari Link Aviation Limited and another belonging to 99's Flying School that occurred on the 5th March 2024, which led to the death of 2 persons. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, shed light into the circumstances that led to the mid-air collision of the 2 aircrafts near Wilson Airport and provide a status of investigations undertaken into the incident. Number 2, state the safety measures put in place by the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, KCAA, to ensure stringent regulatory oversight of all aviation activities, disclosing, monitoring, and compliance measures in place that manage the flow of air traffic for airlines and aviation training institutions. Number 3, cause a visit to the KCAA offices to consider, among other things, the state of safety and security of our national airspace, particularly in the wake of this tragic incident. And last, Mr. Speaker, recommend measures, if any, to enhance the quality of training for aviation personnel in light of deficiencies observed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Committee on Finance and Budget regarding budget formulation, execution, and utilization in the county governments of Kiambu, Busia, Mandera, Mombasa, Nairobi, Tana River, Wajir, Machakos, and Narok counties for the financial year 2022-2023. In the statement, the committee should table the approved printed budget estimates for the aforementioned county governments for the financial years 2022-2023 as passed by the respective county assemblies. Number 2, table all supplementary budget estimates for the said county governments passed in the same financial year, stating the rationale, if any, for any deviation in use or reallocation of funds, indicating whether public participation was undertaken in the approval of these supplementary budgets. Number 3, provide a breakdown of the total procurement expenditures for each mentioned county government for the financial year 2022-2023, explaining any deviation from the approved procurement plan, if any, and finally, outline measures in place by county governments to monitor and enforce strict adherence to approved budgets with the objective of forestalling the accumulation of unnecessary pending bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to seek a statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Roads, Transport and Housing regarding the production of the new generation number plates at the Kenya prisons industries. In the statement, the committee should state the reasons behind the government decision to halt the production of motor vehicle number plates at Kenya prison industries, stating whether there was public participation in the process. 2, provide the details of the current state of machines and equipment used in the production of motor vehicle number plates, highlighting plans, if any, for the use of these assets. 3, state whether a tendering process was conducted, disclosing details of the award of the contract, the number of bids received, the criteria used in selecting the company awarded, and the cost of the contract. 4, disclose the impact of the production stoppage on the rehabilitation and skill development opportunities for inmates, stating losses, if any, in the training program aimed at equipping prisoners with vocational skills. And 5, disclose the amount of budgetary allocation set aside by the government, if any, and the estimated financial losses incurred by Kenya prison industries due to the discontinuation of this income-generating activity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next, Order Clerk. Yes, what's your intervention, Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Majority Leader, kindly take your seat. Okay. I had overlooked, I had skipped one statement, so allow Senator Fatuma Dulo to request her statement. Thereafter, you can seek intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the utilization of emergency relief funds in Isiolo County. In the statement, the committee should state the total amount for the budget allocated for emergency relief during the financial years 2022-23, 23-24 by the county government. Number 2, provide a detailed account of the utilization of the funds mentioned in item number 1, including payments made to date, remaining balances, if any, attaching evidence of those payments such as tender documents, contracts, receipts, invoices, among other relevant documents. Number 3, state criteria used for the allocation of these funds across Isiolo County, including the amount allocated per ward. 4, indicate whether there has been any reallocation of the budgets from other planned programs towards the emergency relief fund, and if so, specify the amount reallocated per program. Finally, Mr. Speaker, list the companies that have been awarded contracts under the Department of Special Program in the county government of Isiolo, including the ownership of those companies and the amount awarded to each company. I thank you.
Majority Leader, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek your guidance because it's on a matter that I'm not sure whether it falls under statements and questions, but it is a matter that is of concern to the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate has established under Article 96 serves to protect the interest of counties, and therefore occasionally when there are matters that are of concern to the country that involves devolved units, Mr. Speaker, I think Senate needs to have a voice on the same. The reason I'm seeking your intervention, Mr. Speaker, is that occasionally, from previous practice in this House, every monthly we establish a practice where in our pigeonholes as senators we used to receive quarterly reports and sometimes even monthly releases from the controller of budget of the funds that have been dispersed to the various county governments and their implementation thereof. Mr. Speaker, that happened because of a previous intervention such as what I'm seeking here, where the Senate, through its Budget and Finance Committee, had a meeting with the controller of budget, and therefore it was resolved at that meeting that occasionally, in the Constitution, Article 228, it's provided that at least every quarter these reports should come to the House, Mr. Speaker. But even after that meeting, the resolution then, Mr. Speaker, was that occasionally, in as far as it is possible, on a month-to-month basis, each senator shall receive reports of the budget performance of their specific counties, which include exchequer releases and the request for funding, so that they are able to monitor and do their oversight duties effectively. That practice has since been vacated, Mr. Speaker, unless I'm the one who's not checking my pigeonhole and the rest of our colleagues are getting. I no longer see that. But the reason I even sought your intervention this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is that I have noticed in the last few months that there is a tendency in the newspapers to see coverage of budget performance by various counties, reports from the controller of budget, making it to the newspaper headlines before coming to this House. While that might serve the purpose of sensitizing the citizens on how their county governments are performing, Mr. Speaker, after that, the question then is, after that, what happens? This is the only House that can compel the various county governments to spend resources prudently, and senators can have an opportunity to interact with those reports. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'd beg to seek your guidance on this particular matter to first guide the House on whether it is proper that Senate no longer gets those reports as were previously agreed in a previous communication to the Office of the Controller of Budget, and whether we can establish a practice now going forward, because I see, of course, these are new offices, Mr. Speaker, and with each new term, these offices evolve even in their operations. The kind of reports that you're reading about in the newspapers on source revenue, there was one previously, I think this week there has been one on travel expenditure by county assemblies and counties. They are very important, Mr. Speaker, and we laud the Office of the Controller of Budget for making these reports public. But for effective delivery of service to citizens and to ensure that these reports, people just don't read, because like today in Makwiny, people will read how your county assembly has traveled, but then what? You'll be asked as a senator, what can you do about this? And if these reports don't find their way to the House, Mr. Speaker, as senators we are hamstrung, and there's very little that we can do. Therefore, it is something that we need guidance from your good office, Mr. Speaker, so that we can effectively execute our responsibilities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka, do you want to ride on that, or you proceed, please?
Thank you. I would like to second the leader. Mr. Speaker, there is a responsibility that comes with the office we hold. And that responsibility is meant to be buffered with data, information, so that when we raise issues pertaining to such an issue that the majority leader has raised, we need to be believable. I completely agree with him that what is happening right now, and I think it was being very polite, that you'll find that the information which is out there, whether it's from the Auditor General or whether it's from the controller budget, it gets to social media and the media before we in the Senate have actually received that information. So I would like to make a request to you, Speaker, that let us look for a way on how we can put that part of our job to be more official, or in any case anywhere. I don't think there's a need even to put those reports in the pigeonholes. Let them send it to us online on our email addresses and on WhatsApp. And Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to get that information and deal with it. Just like what my leader, Honorable Lekina, is raising about what's happening in his county. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of stuff that is going on. If you come to the committees where we sit, it's amazing. So like this case, I would like to recommend that let that governor be summoned and we analyze what is going on, because these things keep repeating themselves over and over. Mr. Speaker, I support what the majority leader just said. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna, you wanted to say something different or was on the same thing? Something. Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me support the point of intervention by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, the same Article 228, subsection 4, demands that the controller budget shall not release funds to counties unless she is satisfied that that money is being utilized effectively. These reports, Mr. Speaker, have been misunderstood when they are played out in the media houses. You'll find that the media house has those reports, but they write that X county is #1 in development. But if you read even what the controller budget has the power to do, is only to state that, to give a report on implementation of the budget, on how much has been withdrawn. We know right now that we are dealing with over 120 billion shillings worth of pending bills. The only way we can actually be able to follow is by us looking at those reports, going through the budget performance reports. And I think it would be important that we interrogate actually the controller budget in this house, so that we know how is it possible that media houses can have this report and say that County X is leading in development, yet it's the Auditor General who has got to carry out that audit report. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important matter, because right now, the diversion of funds, you know, I've taken the responsibility myself, I've gone to the controller budget, but that's an extra added effort. You know, the law, the Article 228, subsection 5, say that it shall be tabled to each house. So now, for us to be able to effectively carry out our oversight, it will be important that each county you are given the cash requisition, so that we can be able to stop this business of funds being diverted. Because the CEO of finance from each county requisitions money from the controller budget. They send a spreadsheet. They say, and in most cases, when you read those spreadsheets, you cannot make out what they are paying for. You know, it's just a bunch of gibberish. Then the money is bolded in the big figure, 300 million being withdrawn from the exchequer credit, get a credit from this account, county revenue fund account. So, Mr. Speaker, the only way we can be able to complement our oversight fund going around is by us understanding this expenditure. You've requisitioned to pay the following developers, the following people who have supplied you. Why haven't you paid them? Why have you deviated money to someone else, Mr. Speaker? That is when we will cure this cancer of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, I know of families who have committed suicide. I am bringing a motion to this house, and I hope all of you will support, to compel counties to be able to pay all their pending bills before the end of this financial year. Because why do you budget it? So the only way we can deal with this mess is by us looking at the budget performance of each and every county. Each senator should be able to stand here and say, I can authoritatively state that my county has utilized this money because I've been armed by the report that I'm getting from the controller budget and understand how the money is being spent. So, Mr. Speaker, I second this. It is timely that we get all those reports, we analyze them so that we can be able to interrogate these governors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, pia mimi nataka kujiunga na maoni yaliyotolewa na kiongozi wa walio wengi, ndugu yangu Senator Aaron Cheriot, ya kwamba kitabu kidogo, Bwana Spika, tulikuwa na zile tunaziita pigeon holes, mahali ambapo sisi tunapata barua zozote zinazotoka katika kitengo cha serikali ambacho kinataka, hususan hiyo ofisi ya control of budget. Bwana Spika, tulikuwa tukipata hizo, tulikuwa tuna uwezo, na barua nyingi pia tulikuwa ambazo zinahitaji twende katika mialiko ya aina yoyote, tulikuwa tunapata kupitia kwa hivyo vibox ambavyo barua zetu zinawekwa hapo ndani. Tokea sijui ni lini sijaweza kuona hivyo vibox vinafunguliwa, na ukweli kabisa ni kwamba pengine hivyo vibox vimefungwa sasa. Tungeomba ikiwa inawezekana kupitia kwa uwezo wa ofisi yako uweze kufungua hivyo vibox, ama uweze kuamrisha vifunguliwe, na kama kuna message zote za serikali ama hususan ule maelezo ya matumizi ya pesa katika akaunti zetu ziwe zinaweza kupatikana. Bwana Spika, zaidi sana ni mara nyingi itaonekana kama maseneta wanaingilia taratibu za ufanyikazi katika kaunti zetu, lakini utaona ya kwamba majukumu ambayo tumepewa sisi kama maseneta sasa ya kuweza kuangalia na kuona na kuangalia si kuchunguza, lakini kuona ya kwamba matumizi ya pesa yamefanywa kwa njia nzuri, inakuwa haifu sana, ambapo hatuwezi kupata nafasi kubwa zaidi isipokuwa kutegemea ripoti kama hizi. Bwana Spika, ingekuwa vyema ikiwa tutaweza kupewa nafasi hiyo, ili pia sisi tunaweza kuangalia na kuangazia na kuweza kuwaambia county wanaoongoza county katika majukumu yale yanayoweza kutumia pesa. Kuna pesa zinatumika kiholela, pesa zinatumika kwa njia ambayo pengine si nzuri, lakini ikiwa tutapata nafasi kama hiyo, tunaweza kuwaeleza wale ili wasiweze pia kufikiria kwamba sisi tunawachunguza ama tunataka wachukuliwe hatua, ama tunataka kuona ya kwamba pesa zinazokwenda katika mashinani zinatumika kwa njia nzuri. Pesa zinazokwenda katika mashinani zinatumika vile zinatakana zitumike. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi langu tu ombi ni kwamba hivi sasa tuwe na uhusiano mwema na wale wa budget controller, aweze kutuletea hizo ripoti na hatua tuichukue mara moja. Asante Bwana Spika.
Thank you, honorable senators, for your interventions. Now, honorable senators, this is a very serious matter because it touches on the function and mandate of the Senate, more particularly the mandate of oversight. For honorable senators to offer effective oversight, they must be armed with information, and this information must be transmitted to the Senate in form of reports. If these reports are not forthcoming, then you don't have any information with which you can probe any malpractice. If I heard the majority leader correctly, there was an established practice that these reports were transmitted to the senators either quarterly or sometimes monthly. That practice has since stopped. Reasons nobody can explain. The only person who can explain why these reports have stopped flowing to the Senate is the control of budget. And therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 1, I direct that the control of budget appears before the House on Wednesday the 27th, immediately after question time, to explain to the Senate, one, why those reports ceased from flowing to the Senate, and two, a commitment and undertaking that these reports, from the day she'll appear before you going forward, that they'll be transmitted to the Senate either monthly or quarterly as demanded of the Office of the Controller of Budget by the Constitution. The Office of the Clerk is also directed to facilitate the appearance of the controller budget on the 27th of March 2024. Now, honorable senators, I will give limited intervention to all the statements that have been made. We'll take half an hour for these interventions, starting with Senator Sifuna.
Thank you for that indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make brief comments on the request for statement by Senator Gloria Orwoba on the bed capacity at Mama Lucy Hospital. Mr. Speaker, indeed, as part of my oversight work, I have visited all the level 5 county hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, the situation at Mama Lucy is quite dire. But I wanted to inform this House that we have gotten quite some serious support from the Committee on Health, very ably chaired by the Senator for Uasin Gishu, the Honorable Mandago. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this committee has helped us so much to reach a resolution to expand the county's capacity to treat Nairobians by reaching an agreement with the national government to hand back Mama Margaret Kenyatta Hospital in Korogosho. Mr. Speaker, what is most disheartening is that when I visited Mama Lucy on the 1st of February, I was told that in fact the county has not made any follow-up on that directive by the Senate Committee on Health, and our facilities continue to be strained. At all these level 5 county facilities, Mr. Speaker, we have projects to expand capacity that have stalled. And in fact, for the Mama Lucy Hospital, there is a 344 million project that was initiated by the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Mr. Speaker, that stalled at 45%. The contractor is owed 50 million shillings, and therefore they have abandoned site. Mr. Speaker, the Health Committee of this House has been so gracious and supportive to Nairobi. They had actually scheduled a visit to these county facilities on Monday, the 11th of March, which is just a few days from today. And Mr. Speaker, the most heartbreaking thing is that on the eve of that visit, we received communication that somehow the county governor had made himself busy, and therefore that the committee was not welcome to tour the county facilities. I want to encourage the chairperson of the Health Committee that because of the problems we have in Nairobi, if you go to Mbagathi, there is a project that stalled, the contractor abandoned site, he is owed 15 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. And when I complain about other uses of money, my colleagues have spoken about foreign travel, for instance. Nairobi is one of those counties, Mr. Speaker, that is leading in foreign travel expenses. And if you compare, Mr. Speaker, what is being used for foreign travel, or even just billboards in Nairobi, we spend 20 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, for billboards in Nairobi. Yet 15 million shillings is what is required to get back the contractor on site at Mbagathi. The situation is the same at Mutui Hospital, Mr. Speaker, where the most ridiculous thing is happening. The Chair for Health, I wanted you to come and confirm that there is an X-ray machine at Mutui Hospital, but it cannot be used by the people in Dagoretti South, Mr. Speaker, because we don't have doors to the room in which that X-ray machine is put. And Mr. Speaker, when you speak to the management of the hospital, they will tell you that between 500,000 shillings and 700,000 shillings would get us doors at Mutui Hospital for the X-ray room, and we would stop sending people all the way to Mbagathi just to get X-rays. 500,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker, is the value of 2 billboards for 1 month in Nairobi. It is just plain ridiculous. I want to encourage the committee and the chair of the Health Committee, whether the governor is present or not, please come and visit these facilities and see for yourselves, so as even when you tackle Senator Gloria's inquiry, just come to these facilities. Let's not wait for the governor, because the governor is always going to find an excuse for you not to visit. I have more than enough capacity as a senator of Nairobi to host the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker. So I want to encourage them. Whatever the governor was going to give you in terms of accommodations, if he was going to give you traffic marshals to clear the roads, I can assure you the people of Nairobi will give you the necessary support so that you're able to visit all these facilities and see for yourself, so that you can help the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
For me to comment on the statement from Senator Sifuna of Nairobi and confirm to this House, Honorable Speaker, that on Monday next week, whether the governor will be present or not, we are going to visit those facilities, and we shall definitely follow up in the recommendations we had already made. And Honorable Speaker, I made a request to this House that it is extremely important that we reintroduce the Committee on Implementation so that when reports and resolutions have been reached, they should actually be implemented. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Majority Leader for raising that matter of reports, because these are the things the Senator for Nairobi would be able to check on the spending that is not priority and should be redirected towards service. Honorable Speaker, allow me to comment on the statement by Senator Cherargei on the issue of subsidized fertilizer. Honorable Speaker, in the North Rift, we are now in the planting season, and Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, farmers are having challenges because of the delays in the delivery of subsidized fertilizer, and the ministry's decision to deliver fertilizer to National Cereals and Produce Board. Particularly today, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, a lot of fertilizer is being delivered to Eldred National Cereals and Produce Board depot, creating a lot of traffic and unnecessary queues. Honorable Speaker, this statement is timely because we would like the ministry to ensure that these subsidized fertilizer are actually distributed to farmer store in the cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, one of the cooperatives, progressive cooperative from Moiben sub-county, which carries about 8,000 farmers and require close to over 10,000 bags of fertilizer. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, they have not received a single bag. We would like the ministry, therefore, to move with speed and ensure that the distribution of subsidized fertilizer, particularly for Uasin Gishu County, Trans Nzoia County, Bungoma County, Nandi County, who are now in the planting season, Honorable Speaker, is prioritized so that we can have food in this country. What the ministry needs to know is that any delay in distribution of fertilizer to these counties will result in reduced production. What most of the people in the logistics chain don't understand is maize as a crop is a crop that goes by the timelines and the days that is supposed to mature. And therefore, when there is delay, already then we shall be having reduced productivity. Honorable Speaker, we want to encourage the Cabinet Secretary to also address the issue of distribution of fertilizer where fertilizer has reached stores. This morning, Honorable Speaker, we had complaints from farmers from Kipkabos in Kaptagat Ward, where, Honorable Speaker, we had 4 lorries of fertilizer, but farmers had to wait the whole morning to this afternoon until a farmer complained and we intervene so that fertilizer can be distributed. The ministry should be able to check on the officers. These could be avenues where logistics officers are waiting to be bribed so that they can release fertilizer to a few farmers. We would want them to make it efficient and ensure small-scale farmers who are going to collect 1, 2, 3 bags, less than 10, are given their own queue so that they don't have to queue with large-scale farmers. Honorable Speaker, I support these statements. Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Senator for Turkana. Mr. Speaker, you know, recently we visited Turkana County, and the different committees of this House went on different missions in the county to deal with the matters which had come before this House related to Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, the LAPSET project is a very major project running all the way from Lamu to South Sudan and eases transportation, Mr. Speaker, and it deals with a lot of challenges which deal with this transportation, Mr. Speaker, and at the same time electricity generation in that particular area where there's a lot of wind and also the waves of Lake Turkana. Mr. Speaker, I'm told by the said Senator Lomenen that when the winds flow, the Lake Turkana is able to produce a lot of waves and you can easily tap electricity in that particular. In fact, he tells me one time, Mr. Speaker, he was on a flight in a helicopter and the wind was so much that the helicopter was stagnant. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, this wind is very powerful around that area and we can use it to to support the generation of power, and at the same time ease and transport and the security challenges, Mr. Speaker, on our connection to South Sudan, Ethiopia, and many other places. Mr. Speaker, I support and suggest that it is a very, very important matter which I think the country has slowed on. And finally, on the air crash which happened recently by Senator Chimera, Mr. Speaker, that particular area and Wilson Airport is used for training young pilots. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, near that there is a main flight path of the international flights and many other smaller flights, Mr. Speaker, which go to different destinations in the country. And therefore, it is important that we synchronize the training and the normal flight paths, Mr. Speaker, and make the regulations very strict, Mr. Speaker, to avoid another accident of this nature happening. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kenywa.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nataka kuchangia kuunga mkono taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Cherargei kuhusu pembejeo ya bei nafuu. Speaker, ukweli ya mambo ni ya kwamba serikali kuu imejitolea kwamba wakulima waweze kupata pembejeo ya bei nafuu. Bwana Spika, lakini si kupata tu, lakini inapaswa ipelekwe mpaka mahali wakulima wako Bwana Spika, pale vijijini Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu ukiangalia Spika, mahali ambapo pembejeo hii inaletwa inapelekwa mijini Bwana Spika, na wakulima wengi hawayuko mijini. Ukitembea kama Laikipia unapata ile pembejeo haifikishwi mashinani kabisa. Ipelekwe Sipili mahali wakulima wako Speaker. Ipelekwe mahali kunaitwa Salama. Ipelekwe Matanya mahali wakulima wako, lakini si kupelekwa mijini mahali ambapo wakifikisha mijini wanasema pembejeo imefikishwa kwa wakulima. Speaker, unaona ni kinara kwa sababu tunaongea kuhusu pembejeo, lakini nimetaarifa naunga mkono taarifa ya Senator Wakoli kutoka Bungoma, kwa sababu hata pembejeo hii ikija, na msimu huu ni msimu wa mvua, na unasikia kwamba Senator anasema ya kwamba hakuna mahindi ya kupanda. Ni vizuri tuwe na mbegu, na anataka kuunga mkono kwa sababu msimu huu ni msimu wa kupanda. Wakulima wanahitaji mbegu, na mbegu ambazo ni mbegu ambazo zimefanyiwa utafiti, mbegu ambazo ni bei nzuri, ambazo mazao yake yataweza kuleta mavuno ambayo wananchi wa Kenya watafurahia. Speaker, kwa sababu serikali imesema vizuri majukumu yake makubwa, na hasa serikali imejitolea ikasema itaweza kupunguza gharama ya maisha, na bei ya maisha itapunguzwa tu ijapo tutapata mbegu ambazo zimekubalika, mbegu ambazo zimefanyiwa utafiti kisayansi, na zile ambazo zitaleta mavuno ambayo itaweza kukubalika. Speaker, naunga mkono na nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa hiyo. Asante Speaker.
Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. Madam Speaker, allow me to comment on the statement raised by Senator Ezena Lemetian on the environment. Madam Speaker, it is embarrassing to see that we are living in Kenya where we are supposed to take responsibilities as Kenyans to ensure that we live in clean environment. It is disheartening to see that our surroundings are not kept. Dumping of dirty and dirt is all over surrounding us, and we know as Kenyans that we expect to live in clean environment, and this will encourage also no spread of diseases. Madam Speaker, in the month of December, we went to another country where we had gone for games, and I was really challenged to see how Rwanda is clean, and I wondered what went wrong in Kenya that we cannot live in such a clean environment. Madam Speaker, I would support this statement to say we really need policies that will ensure that environment is kept clean, and those who are charged with the responsibilities of ensuring that cleaning is done, then it is done properly. Madam Speaker, I feel to encourage this House as we are now talking about climate change to ensure that we are not only concentrating on planting trees and other activities that are done talking of climate change, but we also ensure that our surroundings, our environment is clean. Madam Speaker, looking at the disposal of wastes from our estates, from our homes, it is discouraging to find that people can dump waste anywhere and all over. We need to develop a culture of cleanliness. They say cleanliness is next to godliness. Kenyan country is a godly country, and I know majority of us are Christians. Why can't we develop that culture right from our families, in schools, in towns, in estates, to ensure waste disposal is properly managed and we live in clean environment? It is important that we have proper means and ways of managing our waste. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the statement. Secondly, allow me, Madam Speaker, also to touch on the statement raised by Senator Gloria Oroba. Madam Speaker, the hospitals within Nairobi County are the hospitals that do not only carry the burden and attend to the residents of Nairobi. People from rural areas also come to these facilities. Mama Lucy, Mbagathi, and many other hospitals within the city. Madam Speaker, it is important that the bed capacity, the facilities, the nurses, the doctors are taken care of, and the county of Nairobi, the county government of Nairobi ensures that the facilities are kept well to serve not only Nairobi residents but also those who are referred and others come from upcountry to seek medical attention in Nairobi County. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the statements.
Thank you. Senator David Wakoli, Wafula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I want to weigh in on the matter of subsidized fertilizer. Several weeks ago, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Committee was doing its work on the public participation tours in the western part of the Republic. To our surprise, Honorable Speaker, we made a surprise visit to Bungoma NCPB, where we bumped into only 9 bags of fertilizer for planting, Honorable Speaker. And this is after the residents of Bungoma were up in arms in Bungoma town, in Webuye, in Kimaiti, and all the other distribution centers, complaining of the lack of enough fertilizer for planting. A call was made to the MD, who assured the people of Bungoma that in 1 or 2 weeks' time, we'll have 40,000 bags, and at the end of the month, we'll have over 100 bags of planting fertilizer. To date, Honorable Speaker, is still a story of the fairy tale. Time is up for these people to either pull up their socks or to ship out. We cannot afford to go back to the days of people marching on the streets with tools and equipment for cooking, purportedly seeking for rain to come down and shower of crops. Honorable Speaker, the matter of quality seeds in Kenya Seed Company. There is a shortage of seed, quality seed in particular, and I will not be surprised, Honorable Speaker, if we do a thorough audit of this infrastructure, we'll be surprised to find that there is a problem that needs to be solved. And I want to request government and the committee in charge to swiftly move with speed to ascertain these uncertainties and give direction to Kenyans, and in particular, my great people of Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. Honorable Speaker, something else that is cropping up, which has been mentioned through the Huduma Center in Bungoma. Several weeks ago, staffs of the Huduma Center were reshuffled, transferred, without recognizing the fact that they have commitment, financial commitment, family commitments that need proper adjustment. The same thing was seen the other day when I raised a matter on this floor as pertaining to railways, where a people of a particular ethnic orientation have been frustrated, intimidated, harassed, and their tools of operation in their offices confiscated by the DCI purportedly.
Honorable Senator, let me guide you. I do not think you can debate on the statements that you brought to the floor.
I'm contributing, Honorable
You
Speaker.
can contribute to other statements brought by other senators to the floor of the House.
Thank you,
Please
Speaker.
be guided and comment accordingly.
Finally, on the matter of prudent, as elaborated, the matter of health, as my good friend Sifuna said, it is important that the committee moves with speed and the financial statements as requested by Senator Lekina to be facilitated to senators. This will ensure that we do our work appropriately. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Oburu Oginga.
Thank you, Madam, for the opportunity to contribute. Madam, I want to make the contribution on the statement sought by my brother here, the Senator for Turkana County, and this is on the rural electrification, REREC. He has sought a statement from REREC asking them to activate electrification programs, rural electrification programs in Turkana. Madam Speaker, people don't think of Turkana as a great potential, as having a great potential for development. And when you bring electricity, Madam, this is a very big trigger for development in Turkana. Turkana is a very, very rich country. When you go there, some people just look at the heat. But Madam Speaker, apart from the heat, there is a lot of wealth underground. There is wealth of oil. There is wealth of water. There is a whole lake underground in Turkana, Madam Speaker. And I hope that this statement, which is seeking for the rural electrification, they used to be much more active than the Kenya Power themselves. But I want them to wake up and impress us by taking steps to activate the REREC. This is now a new one called Rural Electrification and REREC. They should take up steps to activate the electrification in Turkana. Madam Speaker, electrification is such an important venture that in my county, my own county, Siaya, I was perplexed, Madam Speaker, yesterday when I went to the rural area, and I found a whole industry for milling of rice, which has been put up by the county, is not able to be commissioned, Madam Speaker, just because of upgrading electricity to three-phase. Because without electricity, Madam, actually there is no development, there is no meaningful development. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to take a lot of time. I've just stood up to support the statement sought by my brother, Senator for Turkana, on REREC. And, Madam Speaker, I hope that steps will be taken to activate these activities in Turkana County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Karungo Thangwapol.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to support the statement by Senator Uroba about health issues, and especially in our hospitals in the county of Nairobi, not forgetting my home county, that is Kiambu County, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, health is the most basic yet very fundamental and important thing a human being would require to have the best of, Madam Speaker. And sometimes I ask myself, you know, the drafters of the Constitution, whether they did the right thing to surrender these hospitals to the governors, Madam Speaker. Because sometimes I ask myself, if they could not trust the governors with our education, because you see the governors, they don't have, it's not a function of county government when it comes to primary, high school, or even universities. They could trust the governors with our health, Madam Speaker. And that is something that we need to rethink, because health, first of all, is universal, and health is one of the most important things that we need to look into as a country. And I want to thank the Committee on Health, Madam Speaker, because we have taken some statements to them. They have embarked on visiting counties to see what the state of the hospitals in various counties, Madam Speaker. I know I have a statement with the Health Committee on the issue of health insurance for the employees of Kiambu County Government. And they were supposed to visit Kiambu County last week, but the committee postponed that due to reasons that I understand very well. So, Madam Speaker, I believe standing committees are the committees that are going to assist this Senate to do its oversight mandate. Because as I always say, the committee, CPIC and CIPA committees are mere morticians, Madam Speaker, because they only check what the Auditor General has said. If the Auditor General says this county had no fault at all, we will do nothing as those committees, Madam Speaker. But if we take our job seriously as the standing committees, and we visit our counties as the other committees have been visiting different counties, we are going to find that county governors and county governments are not doing what they're supposed to do, and we rectify and we take the necessary precaution. Instead of waiting for them to break the law, then we wait for the Auditor General, then the Auditor General to do a report to CPIC and CIPAC, and then we'll be looking at these reports a year later, 2 years later. Like now, we are looking into the issues that the previous governors, the crime or the mistakes the previous governors had committed, they're being now answered by this committee, by the current governors, Madam Speaker. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, and I'm saying that because I know these committees, Health Committee, Agriculture Committee, and other committees, Madam Speaker, without mentioning my committee, which is Roads and Transportation, if we are keen on protecting devolution, let's visit the counties. Next week, let's have the Environment Committee in Kiambu to check out why Kiambu is going to miss on FLOCA, the money for climate change, about over 110 million, Madam Speaker, just because, Madam Speaker, the governor there is refusing to comply. Madam Speaker, let's have the Agriculture Committee to go to Kiambu County and check the distribution of fertilizer, the chicks, and everything, Madam Speaker. Let's have the Energy Committee visit Kiambu, Madam Speaker, to check why the county government has refused the installation of street lights, Madam Speaker. Let's have the Education Committee, Madam Speaker, visit Kiambu and check how many ECDs that have been built in that county, Madam Speaker, because I believe we're being lied to, Madam Speaker. Let's have the Finance Committee of this Senate visit Kiambu, Madam Speaker, and other counties to find out why the county government has refused to pay pending bills worth 5.7 billion. Also to find why the county that has projected to collect 7 billion as own source revenue has only collected 1.6 billion, Madam Speaker. Let's have the Labour Committee visit Kiambu, Madam Speaker, and see why the promotion of employees in the county has been put on hold until 2026, Madam Speaker. Let's the Land Committee, Madam Speaker, visit Kiambu County and find out why the people of Oderiwa Lari have not been given their land, yet they paid for that land, Madam Speaker. What I'm trying to say is, it is a high time we as the Senate, the Standing Committee, we redeem ourselves and we go to the counties, we meet the governors face to face and tell them they are doing injustice to the devolution that we have fought for, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Senator James Lomenen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to support a statement by Senator Cherengei. Madam Speaker, as we supply subsidies, fertilizer subsidies to farmers, We should also remember that there are areas of North Rift or northern part of Kenya. We also need animal feeds. And these animal feeds helps actually, Madam Speaker, to improve the DGP of the nation. It is injustice, Madam Speaker, to farmers in other areas to enjoy fertilizer subsidies, yet farmers, livestock traders, livestock others, or livestock owners in northern part of Kenya do not enjoy the animal feeds. So as we think of farmers, of fertilizer, we should also think of animals feeds in northern part of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I support with that restriction.
Senator Madago, you want to inform Senator for Turkana. You should use your machine, your equipment. I do not have any request.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to inform the Senator for Turkana that the government...
Does he want to be informed? Senator for Turkana, would you wish to be informed by Senator Madago? Okay, he allows you to.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to inform the Senator for Turkana that through the National Drought Management Authority, the national government has actually been supporting livestock farmers through the offtake of livestock, particularly during the dry periods, and supply of feeds, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would only ask the Senator for Turkana to ask for supply of grass seeds so that grass can be planted during rainy seasons in the northern parts of Kenya. And we want to support the Senator for Samburu because they lost over 7 kilometers of pasture through fires, which we believe they should also be compensated so that livestock farmers can also continue benefiting from government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mwinyi Mohamed Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to support the statement by Senator Olekina on the budget making and utilization in several counties, including Mombasa, my own county. Madam Speaker, it is true that the performance of Mombasa County in terms of budget implementation has not been up to standard in the current administration. For instance, Madam Speaker, in the year 2022-2023, we failed to meet our target on all-source revenue by about 1.2 billion shillings. Madam Speaker, this will have a bearing. It will have a bearing on the projects that the government has had put in place to implement in the financial year 2022-2023. Number two, there are also high levels of pending bills. At the moment, the pending bills stand at 3.92 billion shillings as of 31st December 2023. Madam Speaker, this is against the fact that there was available a sum of 2.91 billion available in the county revenue fund, which was supposed to be used to offset some of those pending bills. Madam Speaker, these pending bills are worsening and they'll have a bearing on the future financial performance of our county of Mombasa. Number three, Madam Speaker, youth and empowerment programs that are supposed to be undertaken in the county. Madam Speaker, Mombasa being the port city, at the moment you have the largest youth unemployment. If you look at the report by the Control of Budget, it places the youth unemployment at 44%. Roughly 4 out of every 10 youths are jobless at the moment, Madam Speaker. However, our county government has not undertaken any projects, Madam Speaker, that will be geared towards reduction of this youth unemployment. And this will have a bearing also, Madam Speaker, on budget absorption and also development in the county of Mombasa. So, Madam Speaker, finally there was the issue of diversion of funds in the county treasury and weak budgeting practice. Madam Speaker, this one also will have a bearing. And at the moment, Madam Speaker, as we speak, the county government of Mombasa does not have a financial act for the year 2024 or 2025. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support the statement by Senator Lekina, and I will urge the Finance Committee, of which I am a member, to quickly deal with these issues so that we can arrest any future bottlenecks that will arise as a result of this failure by these counties that are mentioned in this statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Oroba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to support the statement by Senator Wakoli on Huduma centers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the committee is going to be responding to the issues, particularly about the staff members and how they are being deployed, their contracts and all those details, Madam Speaker, I think I want to add my voice in terms of the Huduma centers. We were informed that we are going to get more Huduma centers, and actually the clarion call was that the Huduma centers would be devolved to an extent that we would have every Kenyan down in the remote areas being able to access a Huduma center without having to travel for long distances, Madam Speaker. As the committee tackles this issue, Madam Speaker, I would also want to request that if they can get information on the plans of devolving Huduma centers, Madam Speaker. I come from Bobasi constituency in Kisii County. It is a very, very huge constituency, Madam Speaker, with 8 wards. And we have Kenyans from as far as Nyacheki ward who cannot or do not have the capacity to access the Huduma center on the other side of town, Madam Speaker. So it would be imperative that we are informed, if at all there are any plans to devolve and make sure that Huduma centers go down to at least having one Huduma center on each ward, then so that we can be able to know that all Kenyans are getting the services that they require from Huduma centers. Madam Speaker, I would also want to request that the committee looks into how they can collaborate with NYS as a human resource capacity to partner with Huduma centers, Madam Speaker. We have a lot of youth who are under NYS. They have been trained on various capacity, and I think that there is an opportunity there for them to being able to assist in some of the duties that we have in Huduma Center, Madam Speaker. As I speak, as I said, I'm from Bobasi constituency, and we have many youths that have been recruited from my constituency, and they would really serve in great capacity in these Huduma centers if we were able to make sure that we bring it down to the ward level. I therefore support the statement on the deployment of policy and staff serving at Huduma centers by the Senator for Bungoma, Senator Wakoli. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise actually to support a very, very important statement by my brother, Senator Cherargei Samson of Nandi, on the distribution of subsidized fertilizers to farmers in North Rift and other parts of the country. And it's very important that my brother has put that other parts of the country, because I don't think that this is a problem that is only in North Rift and the entire country is suffering, Madam Speaker. If you remember last year, Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why the government really suffered last year was because of drought. And that drought also meant that the economy was impacted because we're not very sure about the harvest that we'll have last year. And the issue of subsidized fertilizer, Madam Speaker, is an issue that came very prominently at the beginning of last year. And Madam Speaker, I dare say that because we had some rain last year, Madam Speaker, we reached to a point whereby that, the fact that drought went a little bit low last year, and the fact that the money market opened a little bit, the economy was able to regain some sense of normalcy. But Madam Speaker, where we are going right now, where it is so late in the year in terms of planting season, and farmers have not received this subsidized fertilizer, Madam Speaker. I was in Narok 2 weeks ago, when I think about 3 weeks ago, we were together with the minority deputy whip, as well as the minority whip, Madam Speaker. And the people in Narok were really crying that they are getting fertilizer, Madam Speaker. I'll quote this. They are saying they are getting fertilizer kama machozi. Ni kidogo sana. So, Madam Speaker, this is an issue that if it's not addressed, it has got a serious effect in the economy, because it could actually take the economy back to where we were last year. If you don't get subsidies on time, and if you don't get this fertilizer on time, Madam Speaker, a place like Migori, where I come from, farmers have never seen anything like this, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I think that this issue is not only about getting this subsidized fertilizer. We must go to the core of business. And the core of business, Madam Speaker, is the people who are supplying this fertilizer. We need to know what are the ship lines for this fertilizer, Madam Speaker, that are supplying, that were given this contract to bring in the country. Which are these companies, Madam Speaker, given the tenders to be able to bring this fertilizer? And they must explain to us whether they actually really understood the scope of the farmers they need to supply. How many farmers were being targeted by this shipment? And if you cannot know the number of farmers, at least which regions were they certain that were going to give? Because if you talk about somewhere like North Rift, Madam Speaker, North Rift is where the serious backbone of leadership of this country comes from. Cherargei himself is a very serious member of this parliament and a ranking member of this house. And Madam Speaker, you know that the North Rift is also where our president, our dear president, who have got nothing against, Madam Speaker, but you know very well that, Madam Speaker, if you look at a place like Eldoret, you know, people right now are queuing in Eldoret. I saw it the other day, again, people are queuing for fertilizer up to evening, and then, 60% of the people are queuing there don't even get fertilizer. So, Madam Speaker, you can imagine if where Cherargei comes from, where the majority leader of this house comes from, where the president of this country comes from, people are queuing for fertilizer and they cannot get fertilizer. Just imagine somewhere like Nyatike, where I come from, Madam Speaker. Nyatike does not even have proper roads to begin with. If you go to Masangora in Kuria, it is at the far end of Migori County, Madam Speaker. If you go to a place like, in Rongo, where farmers really are passionate about doing agriculture and they're dedicated to do agriculture, Madam Speaker, imagine if there's no fertilizer in a place like Eldoret. How are they supposed to get this fertilizer, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, you remember last year, we did go to Turkana, where we spent time as a house in Senate Mashinani, and we went to a place like Katilu, irrigation scheme. And even there, Madam Speaker, you will realize that the distribution of fertilizer was only going to a place like Lokicha and somewhere like in Lodwa, but Mashinani areas like Katilu, the fertilizer was not getting to those places. So this is something that I hope that we can have a bipartisan approach, and I hope that this won't be just one of those statements where Senator Cherargei is serviced with a response from the ministry. I think that the responsible minister or the CS must appear before the relevant committee, and I want to wish the courage some of the senators in this house, like the majority leader, to actually go there and make sure that this minister can be put to task to be able to answer to the fact that farmers are not getting this fertilizer. And as I finish, Madam Speaker, I've always held the view that when we think about subsidy for farm inputs, it must not stop only on fertilizer, because Cherargei will not eat only ugali without some meat or ugali without some fish. Madam Speaker, Cherargei loves meat so much, and therefore, when it's the subsidy for crop
crops in this country, Madam Speaker, there also need to be subsidy for animal feeds for people in Yatike, animal feeds for people in Kuria, animal feeds for people in Narok, as well as people who are growing fish in Lake Victoria. We need to start having to see the government also subsidizing animal feeds to make sure that agriculture is subsidized in totality to make production a real production and not a pseudo production that we are seeing here. And I hope that when they start subsidizing animal feeds, Madam Speaker, there will be more transparency in terms of who are the suppliers, who are the contractors, and what are the shipments that are bringing this thing in the country. And therefore, Madam Speaker, is a very important statement, and I support, and I hope that we will follow it to fruition. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senators, we have finished with time that we had allocated for statements. I have two more senators remaining. Maybe I'll give you 2 minutes each so that we close that session. Senator Chirarike and Senator Julius Mulgo. Just 2 minutes each. No, let's have Senator Chirarike first, so Senator Mulgo, resume your seat.
My apologies. Mr. Speaker, this statement could not go on because as the Vice Chair of the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, I thought it is important that I support the statement by Senator Ledama Olekina. I think this is where the meat is, Madam Speaker. And I want to challenge that we should go beyond these counties that have been mentioned. The issue of supplementary budgets and approval, Madam Speaker, there have been instances where the controller of budget is approving some of the items, Madam Speaker, that cannot be seen. When you look at the payment vouchers, the requisition from the counties, Madam Speaker, it is nowadays like a love letter by county governors, Madam Speaker. They just write, we want requisition of 100 million. Then if the controller of budget asks what is the itemized issues that you need, they just get the names, Madam Speaker, and that is why we're having a problem of pending bills, Madam Speaker. That is why we're having challenge, Madam Speaker, and therefore I want to challenge the Office of the Controller of Budget to be very vigilant, especially when they are giving requisitions, Madam Speaker. We are aware that there are some officers within COB who are seeing each other with governors behind the tent, Madam Speaker. It is my clarion call that a governor walks in, write a requisition, when their time to release the funds, some of the officers within COB demand a certain percentage. And that is why lifestyle audit of some of the controller of budget officers, Madam Speaker, they should be done lifestyle audit. A number of them have been migrating to Karen, Runda, Kileleshwa, among other high-end estates, and also having unexplained wealth, Madam Speaker. So even now that governors have realized it is easy, get an approved supplementary budget, Madam Speaker, or a budget that has been approved by the County Assembly, Madam Speaker, then we need that action to be taken so that, and I look forward that this should be committee of the whole, and all 47 counties should be included. I support, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mulgo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also join my colleagues in airing my views about the subsidy of fertilizer. It is common knowledge, Madam Speaker, that there is plenty of food now in Kenya because of the subsidized fertilizer that we received last year. And so with that plentifulness, there is a lot of joy and happiness in the nation about availability of food, unlike what it was in the other previous years that some of the marginalized areas faced a lot of starvation from now and then. And at this point that in those areas now, February, March, April, there would be shortage of food, and therefore that subsidized fertilizer did wonders last year. And therefore, it is causing a lot of anxiety now that it is either not there or it is little, because the lines that people make just proves that it is not available. And therefore, the minister concerned should really be made aware by the system so that he makes the commodity available. I support.
Thank you, Senator. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy.
Senator Mohamed Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Budget on the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 7th of March, 2024. Madam Speaker, the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy, MTDS, was submitted to Parliament by the National Treasury and Economic Planning on 15th of February, 2024, pursuant to Section 33 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A. The Act provides that on or before the 15th of February in each year, the Cabinet Secretary shall submit to Parliament a statement setting out the debt management strategy of the national government over the medium term with respect to its actual liability and potential liability in respect of loans and guarantees and its plans of dealing with those liabilities. Madam Speaker, upon submission of the 2024 MTDS, the MTDS was tabled in the Senate at the sitting held on 15th of February. Thereafter, it was referred to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration, facilitation of public participation, and consequent tabling of a report in the Senate. Madam Speaker, Section 33, subsection 2 of the PFM Act provides that MTDS shall be aligned to the broad strategic priorities and policy goals as set out in the Budget Policy Statement BPS, which the Senate approved last week. Section 33, subsection 3 of the same Act provides that the Cabinet Secretary shall include in the statement the following information: A, the total stock of debt as at the date of the statement; B, the sources of loans made to the national government and the nature of guarantees given by the national government; C, the principal risks associated with those loans and guarantees; D, the assumptions underlying the debt management strategies; and E, an analysis of the sustainability of the amount of debt, both actual and potential. Madam Speaker, the 2024 MTDS outlines the strategies and initiatives to be implemented with the goal of minimizing debt management costs, risks, and it covers the period from financial year 2024-25 and 2026-2027. Madam Speaker, at the end of June 2023, the nominal amount of publicly guaranteed debt was Kenya shilling 10,278 billion, or 70.8% of GDP. This comprised of an external debt stock of Kenya shillings 5.44 trillion and a domestic debt stock of Kenya shillings 4.832 trillion. According to the National Treasury, the total nominal stock of public and publicly guaranteed debt as at February 2024 was Kenya shillings 11.248 trillion, or 69.7% of GDP. Present value of public debt to GDP is 67.2%. This comprises of external debt stock of Kenya shillings 6.189 trillion and a domestic debt stock of Kenya shillings 5.058 trillion. The National Treasury committed to bringing down the present value of debt as a percentage of GDP from 67.2% to 55% over a period of 5 years in accordance with the requirements of Section 50 of the Public Finance Management Act, PFM Act. Madam Speaker, the foreign public debt is composed of multilateral, bilateral, and commercial creditors categorized as follows. A, Kenya shillings 3.118 trillion has multilateral debts accounting for 50% of the total external debt. B, Kenya shillings 1.399 trillion bilateral debts at 23%. And C, Kenya shillings 1.671 trillion commercial debts at 27%, of which Eurobonds account for 1.14 trillion or 18%. Domestic debt mainly comprises of treasury bonds and bills. A, Kenya shilling 4.272 trillion in treasury bonds amounting to 85% of the total domestic debt. And B, Kenya shillings 565.63 billion treasury bills accounting for 11%, and Kenya shillings 220.16 billion or 4% of others. These are overdrafts from Central Bank of Kenya, IMF special drawing rights, SDR, and allocation and bank advances that are due. Madam Speaker, at the end of June 2023, the government guaranteed debt to Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, Kenya Post Authority, KPA, Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KenGen, and Kenya Rails amounted to Kenya shillings 170.2 billion. The called up guaranteed loan of 82 billion relates to KQ, that is Kenya Rails guaranteed debt. Madam Speaker, the fiscal deficit for the year 2024-2025 is approved under the 2024 BPS is Kenya shilling 703 billion. Madam Speaker, this might come down as a result of the strengthening of the Kenya shilling. MTDS proposes that this deficit will be funded by both foreign and domestic borrowing. The net foreign financing will be Kenya shillings 362.12 billion, while domestic financing will be Kenya shillings 377.75 billion. Madam Speaker, in terms of optimal borrowing approach or strategy, the MTDS seeks to minimize costs and refinancing risks in the debt portfolio by maximizing access to external concessional borrowing. Over the medium term, the optimal borrowing strategy assumes a mix of 45% domestic and a 55% external financing. Madam Speaker, the National Treasury submitted that the total debt sustainability analysis, DSA, conducted in December 2023 indicates that Kenya's public debt remains sustainable, although there is a risk of debt distress. It is anticipated that the PV of debt to GDP, present value of debt to GDP ratio will remain above the approved threshold of 55% until the year 2029 or financial year 2028-2029. This is expected to decline gradually to 48.1% in 2023 as a result of fiscal consolidation. Madam Speaker, further scrutiny of the external debt sustainability analysis indicates that throughout the forecast period, the present value of public debt and publicly guaranteed external debt to GDP ratio remains below the 40% threshold. Madam Speaker, PV of PPG external debt to export solvency indicator remains above 180% threshold through 2029. The debt service to exports liquidity indicator surpasses its 15% threshold due to the repayment of Eurobonds in 2024 and in 2028, as well as the rollover of external bank loans in 2025 and 2026. The breaches in debt thresholds in terms of exports indicate increased vulnerability of public debt to export and financing shocks. It is clear from the cost and risk analysis of the current public debt portfolio that a depreciation of Kenya shilling against major currency increased the nominal debt to GDP ratio to 70.8% in June 2023 from 67% in December 2022. B, the total interest payments as a share of GDP increased to 5.5% as at June 2023 from 5.3% as at December 2022. Number C, the weighted average interest rate of external debt increased to 4.5% in June 2023 compared to 3.9% in December 2022. The average time to maturity of the total portfolio declined from 8.8 years in December 2022 to 8.5 years in June 2023. The projected debt redemption profile is characterized by large maturities in 2028, 2029, and 2030 on account of Eurobond and bank syndicated debts. Madam Speaker, noteworthy findings made by the committee include that the stock of public and publicly guaranteed debt is Kenya shillings 11.248 trillion, comprising of a domestic debt of 5.058 trillion, 45%, and an external debt of Kenya shillings 6.89 trillion, being 55%. This is an increase of Kenya shillings 970 billion from the Kenya shillings 10 trillion 278 by the end of the year 2022-2023, and is attributed to the exchange rate movements and additional borrowing, among other factors. The present value of debt to GDP stands at 67.2% against the recommended benchmark of 55% as provided for in Section 50 of the PFM Act. Whereas this is a breach against the benchmark, the National Treasury projects that the present value of debt will be aligned with the benchmark by financial year 2028-2029 through the defined fiscal consolidation path. This, however, requires regular reporting to Parliament to enhance continuous oversight and ensure compliance. Number C, although the debt carrying capacity declined from strong in 2021 to medium as at December 2023, the National Treasury indicates that the overall debt levels remain sustainable. The risk of debt distress is high due to global shocks that can potentially exacerbate macroeconomic vulnerabilities and subdue economic performance. D, the recent liquidity management measures undertaken in February 2024 involve partial payback of US dollars 1.5 billion of the US dollar 2 billion euro bond maturing in June 2024, addressed the settlement risk associated with the bond and has consequently influenced key macro variables such as exchange rate dynamics and investor sentiments. CE, Madam Speaker, the proposed fiscal deficit for the year 2024-2025 of Kenya shillings 703.9 billion is to be financed through net foreign financing of 55% and net domestic financing 45%. Despite the National Treasury indication that the national government will favor concessional borrowing, there is a proposed commercial borrowing in financial year 2024-2025 of Kenya shillings 151 billion, which has the potential worsening the debt position as commercial loans have higher interest rates. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that consistent with the financing requirements underpinned in the 2024 BPS, the proposed fiscal deficit target of 703.9 billion, that is 3.9% of GDP for the year 2024-2025, be approved. This is broadly in line with the proposed fiscal consolidation path progressing to 3.1% of GDP by the financial year 2027-2028. Number B, that the proposed borrowing strategy in the 2024 medium-term debt strategy of 55% for external borrowing and 45% for net domestic borrowing be approved for the financial year 2024-2025 and the medium term. Number C, going forward, the National Treasury should in subsequent budget cycles ensure that MTDDS submitted to Parliament for consideration and approval contains the most recent data on the stock of public and publicly guaranteed debt as at the date of the statement, in line with Section 33, subsection 3 of the PFM Act. D, that to enhance monitoring and transparency on in-year borrowing operations, at the end of every quarter of the financial year, the National Treasury should submit to the Senate a status report on any deviation from the approved borrowing strategy, indicating the reasons for the deviation. Number E, that pursuant to Section 50 of the PFM Act, the National Treasury should submit a report to the Senate by the end of 30th April of 2024 on the specific measures being undertaken to ensure that the National Treasury complies with the 55% debt threshold within the timelines provided in the Act. Finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the stakeholders who submitted written memoranda and who appeared before the committee to present their comments on the 2024 MTDS. I thank the officers of the Speaker and the Clerk of the Senate for the support extended to the committee in undertaking this important assignment. I also want to take this opportunity to commend the members of the committee for their devotion and commitment to duty, which made the consideration of the 2024 MTDS successful. Lastly, I want to request senators to approve the report of the committee on 2024 MTDS. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I now request Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, the Majority Leader, to second this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Cheruiyot.
Yeah?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion brought to us by our members of the Finance and Budget Committee, which is a report on the medium-term debt management strategy, otherwise known as MTD-MS, a very important policy document which unfortunately most of the time we don't give it the due consideration. Mr. Speaker, the biggest crisis that the country continues to face, and we have been in this space fiscally speaking, Madam Speaker, for close to 5 years now, is a debt distress issue. Many of our policy decisions right now, Madam Speaker, are being informed one way or the other by the debt situation that we find ourselves as a country. And that is why, in its wisdom, Parliament, Madam Speaker, made it mandatory for the CS for Treasury to, on the 15th of every not on, but by the 15th of every financial year, Madam Speaker, to send this document to Parliament so as to provide a guide and a way through which Parliament can appraise itself of our debt obligations and the plan specifically of how we intend to unclog ourselves from this mess that we find ourselves in. I have observed, Madam Speaker, many times on the floor of this House, that this is a conversation which we will have for the next foreseeable future, and in my estimation, is going to be longer than the 5 years we projected when we passed the PFM amendment a few months ago, Madam Speaker, where we determined that the debt to GDP ratio needs to be at a sustainable level of 55% of our GDP, and that becomes the measure through which our debt sustainability is anchored. And we gave ourselves 5 years. Of course, this financial year, all the way to 2029, with a view to making it possible that by 2029, Madam Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio will be at 55%. Right now, it is at 68%, Madam Speaker. 13% is no mean feat. And if we carry on in the direction that I see this report proposing, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the bad news that we need to deliver to the country is that we will not be able to turn this wheel around by 2029. The proposals that we are making in this report, Madam Speaker, are sound, and they are informed by good logic. And I want to congratulate our colleagues who serve in Budget and Finance for being thorough with this document. They have done an excellent job, Madam Speaker, though I believe that there are more stringent measures that we need to introduce, Madam Speaker, because the executive cannot save the house, the country rather, Madam Speaker, because they are under pressure. And I understand where they're coming from, because when they visit different parts of the country, speaker after the other, they'll request for this or the other road. They'll request for this or the other water project. They'll request for this or the other hospital to be furnished, and so on and so forth. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as a country, and I want to make mention of this because I appreciate Senator Faki has done a good job in elaborating all the recommendations that have been done by the committee. But in seconding, Madam Speaker, because I don't intend to be long, I'd wish to propose ways in which I think, as a country, we need to move and make it better. Madam Speaker, I hold the view, and I have said this to the National Assembly, its leadership. I have said the same, I can even go publicly about this, including to the President, that so long as we do not do a zero-based budget, Madam Speaker, and continue to do a program-based budgeting process, Madam Speaker, we will be in this debt distress situation for many, many years to come, Madam Speaker. There are many places that we continue to spend public funds, Madam Speaker, areas that we don't need to. And I'm glad, Madam Speaker, that yesterday I listened to the President speak in Narok and mentioned actually something that I've been very passionate about, that there are many state corporations which you don't need to be funding, Madam Speaker. Some of them are obsolete, Madam Speaker, yet they continue to consume our taxes and we continue to borrow to keep them sustainable, Madam Speaker. It is inconceivable, Madam Speaker, for a country of a small economy such as Kenya, Madam Speaker, that we spend over 50 billion monthly just to run the operations of government. What is it that we are doing, Madam Speaker, with over 50 billion Kenya shillings, just to keep government afloat and running, paying operations here and there, per diems for people, Madam Speaker? We don't need 350 state corporations, Madam Speaker. I believe that number can be reduced to even less than 100, Madam Speaker, if we gave more responsibilities to many of our state corporations, Madam Speaker, and allowed them to do many other things other than ensuring that each of them have a board, they have a CEO, they have a company secretary, and they're all being paid by these taxpayers. Kenyans are overburdened, Madam Speaker. The reason why we find ourselves analyzing and looking into our debt situation, Madam Speaker, is because we continue to spend way above that which we are able to afford, Madam Speaker. And until, Madam Speaker, we come up with concrete policies such as what is being proposed. I've seen, Madam Speaker, that the committee has noted that in the BPS that was presented and passed by this House, Madam Speaker, there is a proposal to reduce the fiscal deficit, Madam Speaker, to 3.9% of the GDP by financial year 2024-2025. It's at all order, Madam Speaker. Yet I know that on this current financial year that we are in, and perhaps our colleagues who are in the budget and finance would have done us more justice, Madam Speaker, if they had guided us as a House and tell us how far off the fiscal deficit we are, even just on account of forex exchange, Madam Speaker, because it's a significant contributor. If you have a debt of $1 billion shillings by the time the dollar is 140, as was the case at the beginning of this financial year, Madam Speaker, and then moves upward to 160 and downwards, Madam Speaker, it messes up our fiscal deficit, Madam Speaker. And it is important that we are given the net present value of that particular deficit, Madam Speaker, because it's the one anchor point that points us as a nation to know, are we living within our means or above it, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I want to appreciate that the committee is making proposals on ways through which Parliament can actually keep tabs with the deviation from the fiscal deficit, so that the same way we proposed before the country, Madam Speaker, and urge that by 2028-2029 financial year, Madam Speaker, we will anchor our debt at 55% of the net external borrowing and domestic our debt to GDP ratio should be standing at 55%, Madam Speaker. Perhaps we need to propose further amendments to the PFM, Madam Speaker, so that we know anytime there's a deviation over and above the BPS anchor or indicator, Madam Speaker, on the fiscal deficit, then the Treasury and our colleagues, through our colleagues in the National Assembly, are forced to return and do a supplementary budget to cut down and reduce on programs. It's not as difficult as many people want to put it, Madam Speaker. It is common sense. It is what every Kenyan does. If you are working at a blue chip company and you lose your job, what every average Kenyan does is that they move and they downscale, Madam Speaker, their life expenditures, Madam Speaker. If you had a bigger car, 4x4, you reduce and buy a smaller one, or even use public means, Madam Speaker. If you're living in a place where you're paying rent, Madam Speaker, you move to places where you can afford. It's what every citizen does, And there is no rocket science that we are asking of government, Madam Speaker. This is what is meant by fiscal consolidation, Madam Speaker, that we want to move this nation, Madam Speaker, to this particular part, but we shall not achieve it, Madam Speaker, unless we become, as Parliament, we rise to the occasion, Madam Speaker, and ensure that we provide and make law. We can actually, Madam Speaker, propose so that any time there's a deviation of the fiscal deficit beyond a certain percentage point, be it 0.5 at the very maximum, Madam Speaker, then it triggers, Madam Speaker, the beginning of a supplementary process so that you downscale, Madam Speaker. I know it's not easy, but it must be done if we hope to recover as a country. Remember, Madam Speaker, that right now we can breathe a sigh of relief because Eurobond has been settled. The largest single bullet payment of $2 billion plus that we are thinking about the last few years, the last few months, Madam Speaker. And on account of it, there is a sigh of relief across the country. But who tells you that we cannot find ourselves in a situation where even to pay $1 billion, Madam Speaker, in one single swoop will be impossible? It's very possible, Madam Speaker, given the cash strained conditions that we find ourselves in as a country. Madam Speaker, therefore, while the National Treasury has demonstrated the willingness, while they have shown, Madam Speaker, to Parliament that indeed they are on a prudent path of fiscal consolidation, as the wise people say, the proof of the pudding, Madam Speaker, is in the eating. It is until they file the returns of this particular financial year and we see what has been the deviation from the projected 4.8% fiscal deficit for this current financial year, Madam Speaker, and the actuals of what will have been achieved, Madam Speaker, then we will know that indeed we are on the right trajectory, and by 2028, 2029, we will achieve this 55% that we all aspire to get to, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I'd wish to appreciate the good work that has been done by our colleagues in budget and finance. I do urge, like I have pointed out, that it is increasingly becoming clear, Madam Speaker, that so long as there are no deterrent measures, that there is no law stopping, Madam Speaker, certain habits and cultures that we have learned from colleagues in the National Assembly, us in the Senate, National Treasury, counties, so long as there are no legal deterrents, Madam Speaker, then there is no motivation for people to behave better. And therefore, on this question, much as we have handled, Madam Speaker, debt to GDP ratio as a percentage, Madam Speaker, there is something that we can surely do about fiscal deficits, Senator Faki, and keep it on track through amendments to the PFM, so that anytime there's a deviation over and above it, because remember, we have 5 years, Senator Faki, within which to determine whether we sink as a country or we rise and roar and achieve our full potential. This is the first year since we passed that amendment to the PFM. At the end of this financial year, on the 30th of June, we will take stock and measure as a House, and this is a duty which I believe if we all dedicate ourselves to, and I will be religious at it, Madam Speaker, in ensuring that we live true to our promise, because we don't pass laws for the sake of it, Madam Speaker. And I believe that at the end of this financial year shall give us an indicator how the next 4 will look like. In fact, you don't need to live up to 2029 to know whether we will achieve that 55% that we are aiming for. You just need to see what will have happened by the end of this current financial year. In the next 2 months, by the time we get to 30th of June 2024, Madam Speaker, it will give you an indication of how the next 4 years will be. And it is my sincere hope that Senator Faki, Senator Eddy, and all our colleagues who are in Budget and Finance Committee shall be diligent enough and lead this House on a path of consolidation, so that because we have learned the tricks, that so long as the law isn't in black and white and providing the limitation of expenditure, then National Assembly will budget for it, Treasury will spend it, political pronouncements will be made. Then in another few months' time, Madam Speaker, we shall all be jittery and seated on our edge the same way we were in the month of December, as we are staring at a possible default of the Eurobond, as was the case a few months ago, Madam Speaker. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second and urge our colleagues to support these very good proposals and measures that have been proposed by our Budget and Finance Committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Cheriot. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 7th March 2024. Honorable Senators, we now have an opportunity for senators to contribute to this motion, and I'll first call upon Senator Edwin Sifuna Watenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going through the very glossy Kenya Kwanza 2022 manifesto. Madam Speaker, one of the striking things that one gets from the very initial pages of that manifesto is that the Kenya Kwanza political coalition at that particular moment in time had properly diagnosed the problem with Kenya's debt. At least that's what they told us. And in fact, there is a paragraph that I wanted to borrow there. They said at the time of campaigns that the usual adage, the common adage that when you are in a hole, you should stop digging. That I have lifted word for word, Madam Speaker, from the glossy Kenya Kwanza manifesto for the last election. So the expectation was, in public pronouncements that followed the launch of that manifesto, was that we were going to see a stop in the borrowing that had been, had characterized the last regime, and that was the reason why we were in the hole that they said we were in. Madam Speaker, if you go to page 6 and 7 of the report of the Committee on Finance, they will tell you that in June 2023, Madam Speaker, the debt was at 10.2 trillion Kenya shillings. And by February of 2024, which is less than 8 months later, Madam Speaker, we were at 11.2 trillion. At that rate, in 8 months, our debt had ballooned by 1 trillion shillings. I have heard my majority leader also wax lyrical about the magic that was worked with the refinancing of the Eurobond. Madam Speaker, if you go to page 9 of the report of this committee, you will see reference there to the partial buyback of the Eurobond. But Madam Speaker, what the committee does not tell you is that we as a country in that buyback actually offered one of the highest interest rates, higher than any other country has done in Africa, Madam Speaker, at 10.37% for that Eurobond, for us to attract investors. And if you want comparisons, Madam Speaker, Cote d'Ivoire in January of this year offered or issued a Eurobond and their interest rate was 8.5%. Benin did the same in February at 7.5%, Madam Speaker. We have kicked the can down the road so that in 6 years' time, we will be paying investors the highest rate by any African state on a Eurobond. So it is not something to sing about, because the hole that we were told we were in and that this current regime promised to stop digging further is getting deeper and deeper. Madam Speaker, you will also see at page 8 of the report that the committee acknowledges that Kenya's public debt, although remaining sustainable, it still has a high risk of debt distress, which tells you that we shouldn't be celebrating anything as it is right now, because we are still under great risk of debt distress. Madam Speaker, let me conclude by making a few observations on some of the stakeholder submissions. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, let me note that some of these submissions by key stakeholders to the committee did not find their way into the recommendations by the committee. And I don't understand why. Luckily for me, I'm seated next to one of the members of the committee. Senator Eddie will tell me why they ignored these important submissions from ISPAC. At page 21, Madam Speaker, paragraph 25, C, D, and E. I just want to read those recommendations, Madam Speaker, at page 21 of the report. No, do I have the right report really? No, this is the right report. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, This is what the Institute of Certified Public Accountants recommend. Test for financial viability and consider absorption capacity constraints within the investment timelines. We should also, they recommended, consider public-private partnerships as a form of financing development expenditure. Further, Madam Speaker, they recommended that we gradually retire expensive commercial loans for long-term concessional loans. And Madam Speaker, one of the recommendations that has actually been debated this afternoon when we were discussing another matter is that Parliament should demand regular reports on capital projects financed through debt from the National Treasury to enhance openness and transparency. The reports should include the corresponding feasibility studies, details of commitment fees, if any, and the project implementation status. Madam Speaker, this I think is coming from the perspective of what we saw in the last regime, that in fact money was borrowed, and the Auditor General himself told us that he could not trace a single project to which the money that was borrowed went to. Madam Speaker, we had the specter of projects such as the Aurora and Kimwarel dams. So that, Madam Speaker, if we were in this position, Parliament should be demanding regular reports. We should be shown why was this money borrowed, which projects had been identified to be supported through those borrowed funds, the feasibility studies, the commitment fees that had been paid. Because you remember, Madam Speaker, there was a controversy at that time with the Aurora and Kimwarel dams as to what commitment fees had actually been paid. And it involved the person of the current president, when he was the then deputy president, telling the country that it was a mere 9 billion shillings, just a small figure, 7 billion. 7 billion shillings, he told us that had been lost. Madam Speaker, so that if we have those details as Parliament... What is
your point of order? Senator Gloria, resume your seat.
Madam Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 101 on contents of speech. Reference 1, neither the personal conduct of the President nor the conduct of the Speaker or any other judge. Madam Speaker, it is not in order that Senator Edwin Sifuna is referencing the President and in the manner with which he's doing. This is based on our standing order. If he can be able to articulate his points without having to drag either the name of the President or the Speaker or any of the persons that are mentioned under Standing Order 101 under content of speech.
Madam Speaker, should I respond before you make a decision?
Yes, you could respond. I'm
yes.
Through this
Madam Speaker, in fact, I am not discussing the conduct of the head of state. It is a matter of historical fact that it was a pronouncement he made regarding the controversy surrounding the Aurora and Kimwarel dam project, and that in fact there was controversy at that particular point in time as to just how much money had been lost or alleged to be lost in that particular project. And the recommendation from ISPAC that I'm reading from the report, Madam Speaker, was that we should get the regular reports from government itself, including details of any commitment fees that has been paid. If this was being done, Madam Speaker, the point I was making was that there would be no room for such controversy. I am not discussing the character of the President. I know that under the standing orders, if I wanted to do that, I would bring a motion. It is something I am happy to do, because there is many questionable conduct that we have seen from the head of state and his government. But I have not brought a motion yet. Madam Speaker, please protect me, because you are the chair of this session. Yes.
Senator Sifuna, let me give a finding with respect to what Senator Gloria has raised. I have looked at Standing Order 101, the mode in which Senator Sifuna has brought out that issue has not as of yet discussed any conduct that could be adversarial to the person of the presidency. So you may proceed to debate, but avoid raising the issue of questionable issues unless you're willing to give a justification.
I thank you for that direction, Madam Speaker. You know, the head of state is a former SG of ODM. He has the skin to take this criticism. I don't know why people or some senators on this floor feel the need to be overprotective of the president. The president has a thick skin, just like all SGs of ODM do. Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that, in fact, I would have expected to see some of these recommendations by ISPAC, because they are good recommendations, finding their way in their recommendations of the committee, and I don't understand why they have been ignored. And you should see this in the broader perspective of conversation about the place of public participation, Madam Speaker. Organizations such as this are comprised or represent very serious people. They take their time to come and appear before committees of this House in order for them to guide the House on what should be done and what should not be done. And Madam Speaker, it is only fair that the recommendations that they make find their way to the final report. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say this, that yes, we might not be financial experts, but we are all concerned by the state of the country's debt and by some of the proposals that we have seen coming from government, whether they are going to be effective. It is not something to be taken lightly, Madam Speaker. When we as a country are offering the highest rates in a buyback of the Eurobond, just so that we can come and claim that, yes, we are ready now, we have repaid all the debt. And there was a statement that was made in December by government, Madam Speaker, that in fact we had been ready in December to redeem this Eurobond and that it was going to be done without any pain to the Kenyan taxpayer. As I have demonstrated, Madam Speaker, we are going to pay through the nose 6 years from today, Madam Speaker. It's not far, 2031, when this new Eurobond will become due, and we will be in the same hole that we were told in your manifesto, in the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, that we should stop digging. So therefore, Madam Speaker, we want people to walk the talk. We want people to walk the talk, make promises that you follow through, and don't try to pull the wool over the eyes of Kenyans by dazzling us with terminologies and complex economic theory. And yet, Madam Speaker, the true measure of the economic status of a Kenyan is in the Kenyans' pocket themselves. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Thank you. Senator Chirorike.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Senator Faki for ably moving the motion, although he was reading contrary to our standing orders, Madam Speaker. But I don't want to believe he was reading, but he was referencing, cross-referencing while moving. Madam Speaker, when you look under Article 211, borrowing by national government, and of course borrowing by the counties. Madam Speaker, the drafters, you know, to come up with this Constitution 2010, Madam Speaker, it took more than 20 years to have Constitution 2010. One of the salient features is prudent financial management, especially on public finance. And that is the reason the drafters and Kenyans did approve this Constitution by over 60%. Under Article 211, it talks about how the national government might borrow. But of course, borrowing with discipline, Madam Speaker. And of course, it talks about the legislation, reporting mechanisms to Parliament. And I think this allows openness, transparency, as is envisaged under the principles of finance management, especially public finance, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it is not, it was realized, Madam Speaker, that any government must borrow to finance some of the projects, Madam Speaker. Until we are able to work on our own, we'll keep crawling. Madam Speaker, the 10.48 trillion, both domestic and external public debt, is not a creation of Kenya Kwanza, Madam Speaker. In fact, the mess we are trying to sort out, and unfortunately Senator Sifuna has worked out, Madam Speaker, is the mess that had been built over the years since post-independence, Madam Speaker. So the creation, and that is why when Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, which you ably steered as one of our midwives in this Kenya Kwanza Manifesto on fiscal borrowing discipline, was to ensure, yes, we can borrow, but we must be disciplined about it. Yes, we can borrow, but we must be prudent in spending it. Yes, we can borrow, but we must account and give value for money to every shilling or every dollar or any currency that we borrow to go into the projects and value for the money of Kenyans. We are aware that the money that is being borrowed, both locally and externally, are meant for the development of this country. It is shocking, and I want to thank the President, Madam Speaker. Today became the history in this country. One of the monumental times to be alive in this country was the signing of the Affordable Housing Bill into an act of law, Madam Speaker. The same people, Madam Speaker, I saw yesterday or the other day, and Senator Ezena is here. She was in some social function. I don't know whether it was a homecoming of PS or Leltua. She requested for a road to be made in Samburu County. Where is the money coming from? We must borrow. When we try and raise taxes, Madam Speaker, the same people who are busy shouting the highest here and mourning than the bereaved are the ones telling Kenyans, don't overtax Kenyans. Yet when they go to podiums, they say, Rais, tunaomba. My apologies for mixing the language. We are requesting. Madam Speaker, he is the President of Kenya, but I'm trying to justify why the government must borrow. Because the moment you tax Kenyans, Senator Eddy, with this threatening of political ideologies, will be on the road saying, don't tax Kenyans. But when issue of development, they will tell you the government has not developed Nyatike, the government has not developed Migori County. We need a road in Migori, Madam Speaker. We need bursary, we need money. Governors are on our necks. They are saying they want 450 billion, Madam Speaker, through equitable shareable revenue in this financial year. The fiscal deficit that we have been shown is over 700 billion Kenya shillings in this financial year, Madam Speaker. What I am saying in short, we should allow government to borrow. But I'm happy, Madam Speaker, we amended the Public Finance Management Act, Section 50, to move from the ceiling, the public debt ceiling, to now percentage in terms of GDP. And I think that was significant. That's what we meant in manifesto, Madam Speaker. We are still working towards achieving that 55% as against GDP, because currently we are around 60-something, I think around 67, thereabout percent against the GDP in this country, Madam Speaker. The point I'm trying to make, the drafters of this Constitution, Article 211, knew that government would borrow to sustain its operations, including development, but we must be disciplined. I think the biggest soft underbelly in this country, even in counties, that is joking both national and county governments, is corruption. If we are able to fight corruption, Madam Speaker, and account for each and every shilling we borrow, this country will be very far, Madam Speaker. And that is why it is very important, Madam Speaker, that we ensure, and I want to assure the country, at the moment, the country has risen like a phoenix, Madam Speaker. I want to assure the country has risen like a phoenix. You have seen, and I'm happy the committee did observe in their report, that the currency movements has affected both especially the external public debt, Madam Speaker. Because I'm happy today that in a few months, Madam Speaker, the shilling was beaten like a burukenge, Madam Speaker. I think to 100.
That language, Honorable Senator, may not be known when you are speaking in English.
Oh, sorry,
use the
my
English
apologies.
version of that.
Was battered, Madam Speaker, up to around 150 shillings against 150 against the dollar, Madam Speaker. Now, as we talk today, it is 133 shillings against a dollar, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy Senator Eddy and committee members have observed in their report that we have a challenge in terms of movement of the currency, Madam Speaker. And it is very important. I can take the House, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy the stakeholders, the majority of Eurobond, Madam Speaker, the movement of the currency that Senator Eddy and the rest have observed, Madam Speaker. And I think it is very important that you have observed that. And this report is wonderful. What I'm only worried, just like my colleague Senator who just contributed, is there are many stakeholders who made nice recommendations, including ISPAC. This one, Madam Speaker, Institute of Certified Public Accounts, and I hope you will bring this proposal of sinking fund to ensure that the country sets aside funds in the year leading to debt maturity, Madam Speaker. I think also consider public-private partnership as a form of finance development expenditure. Madam Speaker, although, Madam Speaker, this expressway was through PPP, but when it was conceptualized, it was 30 billion. By the time it was complete, it was over 70 billion, Madam Speaker. But as we do public-private partnership in terms of development expenditure, we must agree. You know, the people who run this expressway, Madam Speaker, yesterday yours truly was transiting through the city. And within 6 minutes from Westlands up to here, El Salasia, I paid 250 shillings. Can you believe this expressway? No one knows how many vehicles go through there, how much is paid, who is the owner of that Kenya Moja or something that collects that, Madam Speaker. Even as we do PPPs, we must be very careful so that we do not auction our country. The contract that was signed is skewed, Madam Speaker. In the expressway, Madam Speaker. We must, as we push for PPPs, even in development of water, Madam Speaker, even in development of water, like the one we are doing in dams like Mwache, Karmenu 1, I think Karmenu 2 has not started, many other projects that we are doing under PPPs, we must be very careful so that we don't auction this country, Madam Speaker. And I remember, Madam Speaker, when KQ was to be nationalized. And therefore, this expressway, Madam Speaker, we must be told how much they are collecting, how many vehicles pass there, how much are they collecting against the debt that we borrowed to build this Nairobi Expressway, Madam Speaker. So that they don't demand for a pound of flesh, Madam Speaker, as William Shakespeare in The Merchant of Venice, Madam Speaker.
Wambua, what's your point of order?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to catch the eye of the Speaker. I've heard Senator Cherargei repeatedly making reference to a country being auctioned. And the same sentence, he's talking about the expressway. The Speaker, a few minutes ago, he was speaking on behalf of the executive. And when he says then the country is being auctioned, we are likely to believe him, Mr. Speaker. Can he clarify that as he speaks and pretends to speak for the executive, actually the executive has auctioned this country through the expressway?
Senator Wambua, what then is your point of order? Because that is not a point of order. I overrule.
The Speaker, some of us are old members in this House. If you want us to just make reference to points of order, then I will refer you to 105, a statement of fact. But let's not kill debate by always pushing members to make reference to points of order. But he has made, Mr. Speaker, the member for Nandi has made a very serious statement on our country being auctioned through the expressway project.
Intervention taken, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Cherargei, could you substantiate that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know the change on the seat. Mr. Speaker, sir, I say maybe because of PPP's agreement. And I use expressway, and Senator Wambua has been with me the longest in his house, as we wish him as he transit to be Kitui governor. What I wanted to know is that the contents, and Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Senator Enoch Wambua knows that the conceptualization of the current expressway was not the Kenya Kwanza government. He was in that handshake government in the previous year with his brother, Senator, no, not His Excellency, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, and the rest of Azimio. Of course, in politics, brother in politics, Mr. Speaker, sir. So what I'm just saying is maybe auction. And that is why even as we push for Aror, Kimwarer, Itare, Mwache, Carmen, and other major projects, even including Cape and Dam, to go through PPP agreements. My argument, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that as we do PPPs, we must be very careful so that we don't end up auctioning the country. That is what I say, so that we don't, Mr. Speaker. And I was given an example because how many of us here know what Kenya Moja, which runs expressway, collect? How many vehicles? They have increased the prices. The other day I saw the CS saying they should increase. I have told you, within 6 minutes, I had paid to 250 shillings. What will happen to ordinary Kenyans that can use that expressway? Are we trying to define, Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyans into class? And that is my argument. And therefore, we must be very careful, Mr. Speaker, because there is a book called The Merchant of Venice. William Shakespeare says that they can come for you a pound of flesh if you do not pay. And I'm happy the country has been able to service its public debt, both in domestic and externally. Because if we had not serviced, Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Merchant of Venice in William Shakespeare says, they will come for a pound of flesh. And we are not interested, because if they come to we will go the Sri Lanka way. I know last week, Mr. Speaker, sir, some of the members were on their way to Shanghai, where, Madam Speaker, of what happened, but I don't want to refer, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, sir. No, Mr. Speaker, you need to protect me from the laughter of Senator Ledama. You know, this weekend, Senator Ledama, on a light note, has been a very good gentleman. I've seen him twice with His Excellency the President, and I know all is well, especially in Narok, because nowadays they are neighbors, and I know he's the senator of the President when he's there in that region. So it is important that they work with the electorate that vote in that region, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, I want to conclude on the issue of KQ. I'm very disappointed, so that my colleagues can contribute. You know, somebody who is paying the debt of KQ in Canton Zweni has never boarded a plane. Somebody somewhere in Kajiado, in Narok, in Nyatike, in Nandi, in Wasingishu, in Samburu, have never boarded a plane. But the people who are paying, now I know Nyatike and Migori, maybe people there, their mode of transport is by air. So I understand. But in where I come from, Kenyans are wondering, Mr. Speaker, why would we pay KQ? KQ is on a terminal illness. We must, as a country, agree what we need to do with KQ. Do we nationalize? Do we restructure? Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, the KQ must diversify its revenue streams. One of the expensive air tickets in this region, Mr. Speaker, sir, is KQ, Kenya Airways. Very expensive. And that is why all the destinations are being taken over by Ethiopia Airways. We must restructure Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, sir. The last station we wanted to nationalize, but because of the pride of Africa, we thought KQ should remain as a national carrier, as an identity. I read, Mr. Speaker, about the CEO of Ethiopian Airways. They have been able to do turn around. What is happening with KQ? You are bringing foreigners, they come and eat all the money. I don't know, and Senator Ledama served with me before in Senate Public Accounts. KQ always receives in what we call adverse opinion. In private sector, when you receive adverse opinion, especially in audit, you are fired. In this country, you are rewarded. And that is what is happening with KQ. Do you know who owns KQ? We have HR problems. The pilots are being frustrated. You have seen even instances where a plane was being donated, and that plane can be easily converted to be cargo. We must be careful so that we don't use a lot of resources to try and flog a dead horse or a dead donkey. I don't want to say a dead cow, because most of us take care of cows and we equate our respect to cows. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of KQ, we must restructure. We must fire the board. We must work better with the pilots through the CALPA. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must improve and diversify revenue streams. We must offer competitive prices. Can you believe to use a first class with KQ, I think it's around 2 million. Maybe if you are flying to America or any other parts, exotic. I know, Mr. Speaker, there are people who only fly to Santorini for other things. They pay a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, we must look and ensure. I don't know why Senator Ledama is smiling, but I normally see him in US, not in Santorini, because I frequent there, so it's rare. So we must relook, Mr. Speaker, sir. I don't want to say much beyond that, but KQ must be restructured. It must be, if we cannot sustain, Mr. Speaker, there is no need of giving 80 billion to KQ while you and myself, our farmers, cannot access adequate fertilizer. In fact, we should be pushing, and I expected Senator Ledama, when you are with the president, to push about subsidized animal feeds that is tax-free. Instead of subsidizing KQ, let's subsidize animal feeds. Let's subsidize fertilizers. Let's subsidize farm inputs. Let us get that and put in Hustler Fund. Put in the Tume program, Mr. Speaker, so that we get value for the money. And even our roads and many others. Mr. Speaker, with that grace enough, as I conclude, I want to pass my deepest condolences to the Kenyatta University. Mr. Speaker, sir, some of us have friends there and colleagues. We want to pray for them and wish them well. Even your county, we did see there was a tragic accident and you have lost members in Bomet. We also pass our deepest condolences and we request, let us return our sanity to road so that all of us can reach home well and sound. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support.
Thank you, Senator Cherargei. Call upon Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to take a very few minutes just to try and demystify this medium-term debt management strategy. I begin by thanking the Committee on Finance for doing a fantastic job. They've always been really diligent in terms of trying to make sense of all these things. Mr. Speaker, I think it behooves us as a House to try and use very simple terms for Kenyans out there to understand what exactly we are talking about here. When you talk about medium-term debt management strategy, it is important for us to understand the consequences of it not being managed effectively and it not being implemented effectively. Mr. Speaker, the committee, and I thank Senator Faki for moving this report, highlighted on some of the management strategies that Treasury is putting in place to be able to manage the debt of this country. And some of it might sound as if it is quantum physics, but if we attempt to really make it in simple terms, for Kenyans to know out there, is that what is it that we are trying to manage? Number one, Mr. Speaker, is a basic thing that affects Kenyans. When the government borrows locally, and in this medium-term debt management strategy, I see that the government is going to be borrowing about 45% of its budget deficit for 2024-25 from local banks. So what does that do to businessmen who are trying to build this economy? It makes it very expensive for them to borrow because financial institutions feel safer lending to the government through bonds. So the first question you must ask, and Kenyans must understand this, is that there are laws that we pass here that allow us to monitor, and this is where I want to concentrate my submissions on, to monitor this borrowing
Treasury is required by law to submit reports constantly to both the National Assembly and the Senate on their borrowing. When they borrow, how does it affect liquidity in the market? Currently, Mr. Speaker, the basic interest rate, the base interest rate given by central bank is 13%. Being 13%, banks are allowed, by the laws that we make here, to increase their lending rates by 4%. So based on your credit, you will begin by negotiating. Maybe if you get anything below, you probably get maybe 16.9%. But is that the reality as we speak currently, Mr. Speaker? No. There are financial institutions locally that just because the government is borrowing locally, 45% of its deficit, they hike the interest rates. Currently, local farmers, businessmen are borrowing money at rates of about 20% and above. So we need to be very clear in terms of how do we better manage our finances as a country. The first thing that we need to ask is, what is the deficit? And I see the Finance Committee has indicated the deficit to be about 739 billion. 739 billion Kenya shillings. And they have said that the government will borrow, Mr. Speaker, 55% of these internationally, 45% of these locally. So if we have this deficit, for us to be prudent in terms of our management of our debt as a country, because if you set up, we changed. I remember in the last parliament, we were here. Some members who are current cabinet secretaries, like my friend Morcomen, was completely against the increasing of the debt ceiling. But now, cleverly, you change from a particular figure to a percentage of GDP. Let us be very sober here in terms of the discussion. Is the GDP set or is it a moving target? So whenever you say, and I've looked at this report, it says that by June, it was about June 2023, it was about 70.8% of the GDP. And the figure, the nominal amount was 10.278 trillion. On this, 5.4 trillion was an external debt. 4.832 trillion was domestic debt. Then they move quickly and they say, hey, let's clap for ourselves. Bam, 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 bam. That in February of 2024, it is now 67.2%. Arguing that we have reduced from 70 to 67. And then the nominal amount has gone up to 11.2. But what they forgot to say here is that GDP is a moving target. It is very difficult. You know, you cannot come in and tell us that, oh, if we add it as a figure, and that's why I was completely against changing of the GDP from a figure, you know, the debt from a figure to a percentage of the GDP. Mr. Speaker, understanding finance is the beginning of building a nation. But I tend to believe that sometimes we speak from both sides of our mouth. Because you say you want to help, yet at the same time, you are increasing on expenditures. Mr. Speaker, today, if you ask me, what is the budget of State House? The budget of State House, I dare say, is 50% of our budget deficit. It's about 364 billion shillings. If we really care about this country and we want to move this country far, and we want to come up with a proper medium-term management strategy that allows us to monitor our credit rating worldwide so that it is not affected, that's number one, Mr. Speaker. Second, so that we can lower down the interest rate. Third, so that we can make it affordable for credit and credit available domestically. What is the first thing we need to do? The first thing we need to do is to completely lower the cost of our day-to-day running of the house in the hill. I would be happy if the president says, today we are reducing on this budget. I heard him in Narok saying that he's going to cut on those spending, on all those on those parastatals. It is good. Let's do away with them that are obsolete. Let's not fund them. But also, you know, when you live in a glass house, you have to be careful, because the budget of State House is unbearable. We are not able to manage it. So that is issue number one, Mr. Speaker. Number two, and I'm happy that my good friend, the majority leader, has just walked in. Number two, we need to be creative. And I had the Cabinet Secretary of Treasury and also my good friend, my DVD, talking about the new strategies that the government is adopting in terms of going for the Kyoto funds, which guarantees they give a grace period of about 12 years, interest-free. Why not become creative and go for those funds? Borrow the funds, which we don't have to pay so much. And in fact, I don't know the logic, and maybe my good friend Senator Eddy will be able to explain as to why we are borrowing 45% locally. We should try to borrow the least locally. We should try to borrow very little money locally and just borrow money outside. So we need to be very clear on our financial goals, Mr. Speaker. We need to be, I have to say, when credit is due, you have to give credit. What the government does well, we have to say, yes, the government is doing well. But when they do things which are not right, we tell them. If it is indeed true that we have paid off, you know, half of what we are supposed to pay in the Eurobond, I will say kudos. Because then that allows us to be able to manage our finances and set up our goals so that we don't overtax our people to be able to pay. You know, I was listening to my good friend, the senator from Nandi, talking about asking why should we be paying for KQ. I think it's important for us to be clear that a call-up debt has to be paid by the company that guarantees it. The government did guarantee. It guaranteed that it will pay up, and it paid. Call-up guaranteed loan of 88.2 billion, which relates to KQ. The government has got an obligation to pay for it. So we cannot run away from it. We have to ask ourselves, how do we manage it effectively? So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, my good friend Ndongo, seek approval from both houses when they need to borrow more. This issue of that we allowed in the amendment of the PFM Act, I think it's about time that we come back and really define what are these exceptional circumstances. What could they be? You know, so that we clearly understand in terms of the leeway that we give to the Cabinet Secretary. We need to give him a leeway, but we need to clearly define these exceptional circumstances for borrowing, so that at least we are all not taken by surprise. Nobody comes out and say, oh, you know, we borrowed to pay this, but we didn't know. When? How? So these constant reports are very, very important. Just like we're talking about today, in terms of what we require from the control of budget, I think Treasury should also be submitting, you know, quarterly reports on the debt, giving us analysis of the debt. My other point that I made, which I want to be able to talk about, is really to reiterate on this issue of cutting down unnecessary spending. And this cutting down the unnecessary spending should not only be pegged on, or should not only be on the national government, even on county governments. In county governments, and all senators here will tell you, there is a lot of spending in county governments which is unnecessary. If you open, my governor spends in a month around 16.2 million shillings paying for helicopter transport. That is money that could be, and then when you go to a hospital, there are no drugs. So you ask yourself, what is the logic in this? How do you go spending 16 million? And these are facts. And you know facts, the problem with facts, they are stubborn. Majority Leader, this guy spent 16.2 million. I can give you the figures now. The governor of Narok to pay for helicopter, but if you go to a hospital today, there are no drugs. Really, this unnecessary spending have got to be controlled. So we must cut down on that. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I just want to reiterate that this monitoring of this borrowing is very important. Because even though we want to reduce, right now we've managed to reduce it to 67% of the GDP, but just because the GDP is a moving target, it can go up to 80%. We'll be in serious debt. As I end, it is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that we try to create a good environment for doing business. I'll be very happy if county governments pay their debt when the debt is due. Right now, we are talking about a deficit of about 739 billion. If you look at county governments combined, they owe about 117 billion shillings. We need to be diligent in analyzing budgets, performances. This issue of relying only on the Auditor General to give us financial statement that gives us opinions, that it's adverse, it's a qualified, really does not give us a clear picture on how funds are being spent. How do you explain, Mr. Speaker, how a county like Nairobi can have pending bills amounting to 103 billion shillings in 10 years of devolution? How do you explain a county like Narok owing about 1.5 billion shillings? Yet it's a county that is one of the leading in terms of own source revenue. So we really need to change. And as we are bringing amendments to the PFM Act, the majority leader through the chair, we now need to look at how we can be able to put punitive measures to ensure that we control this issue of pending bills in the county governments. Otherwise, with all those few remarks, I support and I hope that we can really monitor effectively our medium-term management debt, of the debt of this country.
Senator Orwoba Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this report on the medium-term debt management strategy that has been prepared by the Finance Committee. First of all, I want to congratulate them for highlighting the key aspects that are needed to change how things have been run in this country, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate that we have our members of the opposition wanting to do the same things over and over and expecting to have different results, Mr. Speaker. It is not a secret that the hole that we found ourselves in is actually a situation that was created by the previous regime, where we have, and Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, these are documents that were tabled in the National Assembly showing that over a period of 4 months, the former regime, under the previous leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta, was actually borrowing close to 854 million daily in a period of 4 months. Mr. Speaker. That money cannot be accounted for, but what we know that as a government, that as a country, we are in debt and we have to get ourselves out of this situation. Therefore, when we had a conversation about the numerical figure that had been put there in terms of the debt ceiling, it became very clear that first of all, we were operating from a point of the old ways, where you have a numerical figure, and in that numerical figure, you are told that this is the much that you can borrow without not much justification, Mr. Speaker. And when we had this conversation on why we are moving from a numerical debt figure into a debt anchor, which was a percentage of the GDP, Mr. Speaker, it is because as a country, we are also alive to the fact that our intention is to move the economy to a place where we are producers, to a place where we are actually getting to a situation where we are going to break even and we might not even require to borrow as heavily as possible. And in that sense, we passed and changed the policy so that we can have a debt anchor as well. It highlights, obviously, that we are trying to get to a point as a country that we are producers, that we have more output. Mr. Speaker, the opposite of what has been happening is that we have been borrowing to subsidize output. We have been borrowing to finance big elephant infrastructural projects that have very little impact on our day-to-day economic affairs. And what we are trying to say now is that we are going to borrow, but we are going to prioritize on what we are spending our debt on, Mr. Speaker. And in essence, then, it is an issue of how do we get ourselves out of that hole? Number one, we have to reduce the borrowing. But that has to be a reflection on what are our priority areas. What do we need money for? As I've had our fellow senators speaking on infrastructural projects, roads, and things like that, we still have to be alive to the fact that we are in serious debt, and we literally have to find a way to, first of all, get to a point where we can breathe as a country. Mr. Speaker, as I was listening to Senator Ledama speaking of all these projects that should not happen and all these ideas of how we are spending our money, Mr. Speaker, I was wondering whether with that spirit of his submissions, he would support the privatization of some of the state agencies that are performing very, very poorly, Mr. Speaker. You look at state agencies, for instance, such as Postbank, Mr. Speaker. Postbank is an asset that is sitting there, that is accumulating a lot of expenditure that is unnecessary, that is not bringing in the revenue that it's supposed to bring. And sometimes I really wonder, and I ask myself, if we are going to run state agencies as if they do not require to break even or become profitable, then it is a serious conversation that we should have, that we need to get to a place where we should let go of some of these state agencies in the realization that they are not being run in the proper way, and the culture that has been inculcated in those agencies is a culture of corruption, a culture of ensuring that the state agencies are actually not adding value to our economy in terms of the revenue that they're supposed to bring in. And I've heard Senator Cherargei speak also of Kenya Airways. It is the same issue that we are having with the KICC. So the conversation of privatization of some of these state agencies is very, very imperative, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned these state agencies, it also occurs to me that as we highlight the ones that are known, Postbank, KICC, Kenya Airways, and all others that have refused to change and try to turn their ways and become a profitable entity. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House a state agency known as Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFA, Mr. Speaker. This is an agency that if the personalities that are running this agency understood how hard that our president is working to ensure that our budgets are making sense, to ensure that we are able to literally break even and run this country with minimum borrowing, Mr. Speaker, then you would imagine that Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority would be able to account for 10 billion Kenya shillings where we have discrepancies, Mr. Speaker. And just to bring this to perspective, after I highlighted the issue of period poverty and how government needs to come and be part of the interventions, Mr. Speaker, our budget, the national budget for provision of sanitary towels was just 260-something million for all public schools in this country, Mr. Speaker. In relevance to what I'm trying to show, Unclaimed Financial Asset Authority has discrepancies of up to 10 billion per year, Mr. Speaker. When the president had my plea of increasing the budget of sanitary towels, I had asked that it be pushed up to 1 billion, Mr. Speaker. And he was kind enough to make it work to a point where he saw, okay, with the debts that we were managing and everything, we got 940 million. Mr. Speaker, when we have a state agency that is operating in the sums of billions, that cannot account for this money that is potentially being looted, Mr. Speaker, with 1 billion, Mr. Speaker, the impact of the sanitary towels that would be given to the schools, Mr. Speaker, will be immense. And sometimes I look at all this money that is being spent, Mr. Speaker. The same agency cannot account for 500 million that they claim that they had spent for auditing services, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the sad thing about this is that this is money that has been left by those who have passed on. It is literally dancing on the graves of dead people. Because, you know, the unclaimed financial assets, most of it comes from, you know, people who've passed on and they never really actually informed their next of kins or whatever. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to be prudent in terms of austerity measures, it is proper that as we are looking at our expenditure in terms of money spent, even here in this Senate, the money that we spent here in this Senate, Mr. Speaker, we should also ensure that these state agencies, one of them being Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFA, be really audited to the point that we are able to look at the extra resources that this country has and how we can either diversify or, you know, use those resources to help us in running the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to finalize by saying, while the previous regimes were focusing on putting in money on huge infrastructural projects, on outputs such as the time when we were subsidizing unga. You remember there was a time that we were being told, you know, we'll subsidize unga and then it will come down to this price. And billions of Kenya shillings were spent to hoodwink Kenyans, lying to them because we were closer to an election, that money was going to be used from the government coffers to ensure that they subsidize the price of unga. Mr. Speaker, till today, that subsidy that was put in has never reflected in the price of unga, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, it is only until the Kenya Kwanza government actually subsidized the inputs in terms of fertilizers is when we have seen the cost of unga coming down from the highest of 225 shillings to 154 shillings, Mr. Speaker. And that was because we channeled resources to the right direction and we subsidized the input as opposed to the output, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I want to urge senators from the opposition to understand that we can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results. While the previous regime wanted to subsidize the output and spend the money on huge infrastructural projects that didn't have immediate impact in the economy. This Kenya Kwanza regime is saying, first, we have to get out of the hole that we are in. That means we have to practice on the austerity measures, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I like the fact that Senator Ledama and Sifuna are always highlighting on how austerity measures should be, you know, put up in State House. But I want to ask them as well, because they form leadership in this Senate, how are they practicing austerity measures in the Senate? Can they also say that because, and for the bigger interests of this country, because we are trying to save and ensure that the youth and everyone out there feels the impact of what we are trying to do in this economy, can they also shine that spotlight that they want to take to State House? Can they shine it back to their offices? How are they dealing with their travel? How are they dealing with the resources that they have here? Because if you can go and say that State House needs A, B, C, D, we are also looking at you as leadership and as senior members of this House that the same is reflected in their offices. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to say that in the spirit of ensuring that we never go back to the horrible situation that the previous regime put us with the handshake government, Mr. Speaker, we must understand that for us to get to a place where we are not going to borrow anymore, the first thing we have to do is we have to pay our taxes, Mr. Speaker, so that we can be able to run this country without borrowing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I know you had asked me what was my point of order when Senator Gloria was just about to conclude, and sometimes I wish you seat the courage of just giving us this chance, because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes there are pronouncements that are made in this House that do disrespect your chair. I think, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled in that chair a number of times that in this House there is no any term called the handshake government. And Mr. Speaker, it's very, very critical that I encourage some members of this House that we are in a point where the country is trying to move forward. And you have seen the spirit of bipartisan nature in a number of instances, including the exercise that we did last week in exercising our right and our responsibility as a House on the case for Kisii. You saw amazing bipartisanism when this House was rising above any kind of party positions to be able to speak to the nation on some issues. So I want to encourage my sister Senator Gloria, through you, of course, Chair, because now I missed the point of order, that these statements that tend to polarize the House sometimes are very unnecessary, and especially when you look at what we are discussing now, which is the issue of managing our debt as a country. It's a very important issue that I wanted to chime in, and I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that I spoke almost last on this matter, given that I sit in that committee that drafted this report with the diligence that it deserves and with the keenness that it deserves, because I've seen a number of concerns being raised in the House, some from my side of the House. I heard Senator Sifuna talking about the issue of including the voices of people like ISPAC on the conversation that pertain to this debt management strategy, as well as other senators from the other side, including Senator Cherargei, who did bring the same. And I want to say that as a committee, we did a lot of work in terms of trying to consider a number of these ideas. But Mr. Speaker, I think that we find ourselves as a country in a place that is extremely important, a place whereby we really need to rethink every single time, almost every single month actually, on how we manage our debt. And Mr. Speaker, when you're faced with the accumulation of debt to the level that we see our country being faced with that accumulation, Mr. Speaker, the most obvious strategy is always physical consolidation. The idea that you must contract your physical space. You know, and there are a number of strategies that the committee really pondered about in response to the National Treasury, and of course,
the proposal of the National Treasury is always a hybrid one. But given what we're facing in the country today, Mr. Speaker, is either you choose to cut your expense as a government, to reduce on your expenditure budget, or you're faced with the one other angle of increasing taxes. And Mr. Speaker, you've seen that from last year to now, there is the physical consolidation structure that we have faced as a country is that of increasing taxes. Now, the problem with this is that the moment you take that direction of increasing taxes over reducing expenditure, then, Mr. Speaker, the population is born to suffer. You know, it's like, you know, you have a calf and you're trying to get the milk from the cow, and what is happening is that you're now taking even the last bit of the milk that the calf is supposed to survive on so that you can be able to milk the cow the next day. So as we're having conversation around this midterm debt management strategy, I think that because the person who moved, the senator who moved this particular report, which is our report as a committee, Senator Faki, had talked and alluded to so many parts of what constitute the strategies that the government is trying to put in place, and those that we see as a committee that were important to this particular report to the House. I think my conscience will not rest if I don't prick the conscience of the senators to be able to start thinking about what are other ways of ensuring that there is proper physical consolidation in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is important because this midterm debt management strategy comes at a time when we have just passed the BPS. And when we look at the BPS, there are some areas that we are going to spend in the money in this particular, in this year's budget. And those areas are areas that I think that, you know, we could actually rethink what we want to spend in those areas. I know Senator Ledama did allude to this, but I want to give it a perspective. That, for instance, if you talk about the budget that we're going to have in the State House of 352 billion, by the way, it's not 364, it's 352 billion, that is what passed in the BPS. So I wanted just to inform my brother, Ledama, that it was 352 billion. You know, this almost averages an expenditure of between 800 to 1 billion, 800 million to 1 billion a day in one single faction. Mr. Speaker, that kind of spending is so huge that those are areas that we can easily be able to, you know, contract our budget in terms of our physical deficit. And our physical deficit, despite the fact that it's injuring the country, Mr. Speaker, is actually manageable. That's why we use the word sustainable debt management. Because if you think about it, there have been pronouncements from the executive, both in the previous government and in this government, that said that in this country we are losing 2 billion every day on corruption. Mr. Speaker, if you do the math, that means that in the whole year we are losing exactly the money that we want to go out there and borrow, 700 billion. And where are we losing money as a country? Mr. Speaker, we are losing that money in areas of procurement by government, where you find that in procurement offices, Mr. Speaker, things are constantly inflated. And this one you see the procurement officers in government, and you see them in national government as well as in county government. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, we end up losing so much money as a country to the extent that if we were to be able to deal with the menace of corruption in this country, Mr. Speaker, I've seen in some counties, Mr. Speaker, a simple budget as a budget of domestic travel and subsistence, and sometimes hospitality, skyrocketing to numbers that are unimaginable. And if you look at that kind of wastage of resources, Mr. Speaker, if there was a way of being able to control that, then we can be able to ensure there's a physical consolidation.
Senator Eddy. It's now, honorable members, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 20th of March 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Senator Eddy, when we resume tomorrow, you will still have got 12 minutes of your time to contribute to the motion.
Agree, and I want to plead with my governor that now, for the first time, call us as Nairobi County and sit down with us when now we have now finished doing the division of revenue, and tell us each constituency, now that my governor has started creating barrows, how much is coming to this barrow and what will be the activities of this barrow. Because the more we enhance ourselves together, and I always appreciate seeing how Murang'a County, Homa Bay County, you with your governors, you are working so closely, you are able to do your budgets so closely and be able to know what is coming in each of your constituencies. That is my prayer to my governor today, that we are praying and wishing in the year 2024, he will hold us as a county like any other county, as one team. Not because we like each other, but for the sake of Nairobians, so that we can see change coming. As I finalize, Mr. Speaker, I know this House appropriated money in a supplementary budget for classrooms for Nairobi. And how I wish now that the NCGDF committee, Treasury, can finalize those guidelines. And because Chair had put it very clear, and the certificates were even done here, I have been wondering why that money has not yet come. So for me, I want to thank the Committee of Budget, but to really plead that if we are told by government, indeed, we are supposed to ensure we pay debts, we are supposed to ensure prudence is followed when we have resources. We know that our shilling has become very weak, but it is coming back. And we are hoping that by the time we go to the month of June, we shall see more difference. But it has to trickle down to the same people, Mr. Speaker, who are feeling the pain. And as I finalize, I want to allow me to just go out of this bill a bit and to request my CS of transport. The accidents we are seeing, the children who died in Maungu, the university students, we must stand and now bring cameras like Tanzania in all our transport sector, in matatus, Mr. Speaker. A woman just slept and a baby was taken. It is just another world. But then we need the cameras, and I'm talking to my friend, my brother CS Murkomen. You must now put a whip and ensure we have trackers in our trucks, in our buses, and in school buses. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, as I condole with the families, and to really say, may God rest the souls of these children. Oh, how I feel the parents, the pain. May God give grace to these families. May God give grace to these families. I beg to support.
There being no further interest in this particular bill, I now call the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that chance. I want to thank all members who have contributed to this motion. We have taken note of all the concerns, and I thank you very much for your invaluable contribution to the entire budget-making process. With those many words, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
It is out of order, Honorable Owenba.
Honorable Speaker, I want to move you on Standing Order 53.3 that we defer the question. I request that we defer putting the question to the following day so that we allow as many members to participate in putting the question. So I request you, Honorable Speaker, to defer putting of the question on 53.3. Thank you.
Honorable Owenba, your request is acceded to or assented to. The question shall be put the day following at a time the House Business Committee will schedule. Next order.
Order number 11, the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2023, second reading.
Mover Samuel Chapkonga, Chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank you for your indulgence. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill 2023 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation that deals with the interrelationship between the two houses. That is the National Assembly and the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the bill primarily seeks to give effect to Articles 109, 110, 113, 114, 118 of the Constitution to foster bicameral relations by prescribing procedures for ensuring seamless consideration of the legislative business of both houses of Parliament. It seeks also, Mr. Speaker, to provide a framework to guide the legislative procedures of cohesive and effective Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides the very important objectives of this bill. They are contained in clause number 3. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief in terms of pointing out the very salient and significant features of these objectives, Mr. Speaker. One, Mr. Speaker, the first one, it seeks to provide a seamless framework for the manner of conducting matters of bicameral between the two houses. The second one, Mr. Speaker, it outlines the bills on which the question can arise for the joint resolution by the speakers under Article 110 of the Constitution. As you know, Mr. Speaker, these are...
Why are the three members of Parliament walking like they are inspecting a guard of honor somewhere? Yeah. Chepkonga, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I suppose that looking at their faces, it looks like they have been reading the book, The Three Musketeers. That's the reason why they have appeared this late in the evening. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the bill, as I've just mentioned, it will define the process upon which the two speakers will need to deal with a bill as to whether it concerns county governments. Mr. Speaker, you know, this has been a very contentious issue. We have had too many court matters ending up in Supreme Court. We have let our relationship between the members of Parliament to the National Assembly and the members of Parliament to the Senate to get out of hand. Mr. Speaker, as you may have been aware, you are aware, when we appeared in the NGCDF case, there was even a purported representation from the Senate opposing a bill that originated from the National Assembly. Order. Mr. Speaker, the members of Parliament are congregating discussing the issues of the NCAF. They just had me discussing the issue of NGCTF, but we are discussing the bicameral relations bill, Mr. Speaker. The third, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to define what constitutes consideration of a bill for purposes of Article 110(3) of the Constitution. This has been very problematic. The speakers have never known what actually constitutes a bill under Article 110(3) of the Constitution. And people have gone all the way to court to litigate on this matter. What we are seeking to provide in this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is to provide a framework where the speakers, where there's been a disagreement, we constitute a mediation committee or reconciliation committee seeking to
to take advantage of Article 159 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. This is part of implementation of Article 159 of the Constitution, which provides for various mechanisms of resolving disputes that may arise between persons, between institutions, and which includes, Mr. Speaker, are not limited to reconciliation, to mediation, to arbitration. And Mr. Speaker, we want a friendly mechanism to resolve disputes that arise between these houses. Some of us have visited the Congress in the US. There's never a day that those two houses have litigated in court. In fact, when a matter is filed in court, the courts restrain themselves. They say, go and deal with your issues. And that is what we are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker. We are seeking that we resolve our issues that are of concern to us. We are all members of parliament, but to different houses. But we represent the people. We have all the same interests, Mr. Speaker. The bill also seeks to outline what constitutes a bill that does not concern county governments, as contemplated by Article 103, as I've just said, Mr. Speaker. The other one, which is very important, Mr. Speaker, is that it provides a framework for the conduct of joint process of the two houses. You know, we've been sitting here, Mr. Speaker, but there has not been a process. We don't know how to address issues that maybe that are of this, which are of a nature that arises that are we are in dispute. So we are seeking, Mr. Speaker, to look for a framework within this bill, which has been provided to resolve those questions, so that when we sit here, we know what it constitutes a quorum when the two houses sit. Assuming that we all come, the 290 of us here, and the Senate arrives 10 members who are 10. So will the House be quorated? Those are the issues that this particular bill seeks to resolve. The other very important cornerstone of this bill, Mr. Speaker, it deals with the issue of public participation, as contained in Article 10 and Article 118 of the Constitution. As you know, this is a very important procedure. And I just want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that this matter has been seriously litigated in court. And the court has found that there is a lacuna in the legislation. And I just want to read what Justice Murevi, in the case in the case of the Commission for Implementation of the Constitution and Parliament, in which Justice Murevi clearly stated, the National Assembly has a broad measure of discretion in how it achieves the object of public participation. How this is effected will vary from case to case, but it must be clear that a reasonable level of participation has been afforded to the public. What this bill seeks to do is to ensure that we encapsulate what is contained in Standing Orders number 127, Mr. Speaker, that will provide very clear guidelines on how to conduct public participation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides, 118 provides for a general framework. The standing orders, our standing orders in Standing Orders 127 provides for detailed. Now, that is the conduct of business within the House. That has nothing to do with the public. What we are seeking to do is now to bring that very elaborate process that is contained in our standing order in a piece of legislation that can be relied by members of the public and by the courts in arbitrating issues that are of concern to the people when they think that adequate and sufficient public participation has not been conducted. It also seeks to provide for a framework for, as I've just said, for amicable resolution of dispute between the two houses. So, Mr. Speaker, in brief, Mr. Speaker, this bill is set out in 5 parts. Part 1, Part 2, Mr. Speaker, deals with publication and enacting formula. Part 2 deals with joint resolution of a question under Article 110(3) of the Constitution. Part 4 deals with the conduct of joint proceedings and committees. And Part 5 deals with issues that we call miscellaneous, which includes public participation. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, many and few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and I would like to request the Honorable Murugara
the chair of Justice and Legal Affairs. And I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker. They conducted very adequate and sufficient public participation and tabled a very good report with respect to this particular bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Honorable Gitonga Mrugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to second this bill, which is titled the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill 2023. We have proposed an amendment that the brackets should actually be immediately after bicameral, so that we have it this way. It can be the Houses of Parliament Bicameral Relations Act when it is assented to, or it can be the Houses of Parliament Relations Act. That's why we put the brackets where we put it, and we think this is proper for purposes of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would behold this House, the members, to actually get the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee on the bill, so that they are able to acquaint themselves with what members of the public said about the two houses. What we've been having, as the Honorable Chepkonga has moved and stated, is a very ugly incident where the two houses have been dogged in disputes which sometimes are minute and mundane and should never be disputes between two honorable houses of parliament in Kenya. Therefore, we've somehow been a laughing stock to the executive, even to the judiciary, as we try to wash our dirty linen before the public. So this is a very vital bill that we need to enact into law, so that at least we have some guiding principles as regards what happens where the two houses have differences or disputes. It's also important to point out that there is litigation in the court which is awaiting this bill. I think the resolution of that litigation is going to be a confirmation that both houses of parliament have enacted this bill and it is now law. So if the members can actually read the report, I will not rehash it, because most of the contents is what the Honorable Chepkonga has enunciated and has elaborately explained what the difficulties are. He has also explained what the bill entails from part 1 to part 5, and the only comments I wish to make is that we've also proposed amendments, especially to align the bill with legislation, so we do not have to get into problems when it comes to interpretation. We have proposed several amendments which I need not go into, right from clause 1, clause 3, clause 5, and what I can point out is that we have made a proposal in clause 11, so that where we are talking about a sponsor, what happens where the speakers are unable to jointly resolve a question arising under Article 1110(3) of the Constitution, and we have made the proposals that we refer the bill to the sponsor for further consideration, and B, the speakers of the two houses can jointly appoint a body, a person or a body of persons to make such recommendations within a period of 14 days, so that the way forward is actually determined. There is good rationale to this, is to ensure that we do not overdelay matters once they are brought before the House, and especially where there is no agreement between the two houses on matters in dispute. We have also proposed clause 13, an amendment to that clause on what happens when a bill comes from the Senate or from one house to the other. There was a proposal that it should be co-sponsored, and we say, sorry, there cannot be co-sponsorship because the two members are from separate houses and they do not sit together. So we have now used the terminology adoption. When the bill comes from one house to the other house, it is going to be adopted in the second house. And there is a whole raft of these proposals in our proposed amendments. I would urge members to look at them. This is a very important bill which we must pass so that we can start cleaning ourselves. We also remove this egg on our faces where the other two arms of government are laughing at us, saying we cannot solve our problems amicably, and we have to go to the third arm of the government to try and have third parties sitting in to listen to our problems. So with those remarks, I beg to second the bill.
Honorable members, I propose the question of the House of Parliament Bicameral Relations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2023, be now read a second time. The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
And I have 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity as I stand to support the bill. Since I came to Parliament in 2017, I have always felt very uncomfortable that any form of dispute between the two houses would actually escalate beyond Parliament Square and beyond the confines of the offices of the two speakers. I just hope and pray that the spirit and the words of this bill will cure this discomforting situation that we normally find ourselves in to wrangle between the two houses. Honorable Speaker, the Senate was established with a very clear mandate under the law, under the Constitution. The National Assembly was likewise established with very clear mandate under the Constitution. There ought never have been sibling rivalry. Never, never, never. Sibling rivalry is actually, Honorable Speaker, an indication of why the one house having very little to do, so that when the moment of idleness, you pick anything you want to do. It could also be a symptom that the other house that is charged to doing so much is either too busy, is inadequately resourced to a point that does not have enough time to address all pertinent issues. Consequently, the other house takes advantage of the lacuna and generally takes over the matters that are not theirs. Honorable Speaker, I've had occasion at one time to attend a mediation committee in an area where I'm an expert. Honorable Speaker, I had to tactfully withdraw because it was becoming difficult to discuss with the members of Parliament who do not understand the subject matter and they purport to be experts in the matter. I had to withdraw because I'm somebody who's gone to school and practiced. I wouldn't want to be embarrassed by people who might not understand the area of study where we are dealing with. I just hope, and I have gone through the act, I just hope and pray, essentially the spirit will allow us to cure this matter. It is embarrassing for the two houses to go to court. Article 95, Article 96 is very clear. Honorable Speaker, at one time I had a sitting with a senator, and he said the Senate represents the counties, and counties are populated by people. So the argument is they have the right to originate and conclude lawmaking process in their chamber because they have legislating for the people. I had to politely remind him, and he was my senior, that Senate participates in lawmaking. It does not make law, save for only the County Revenue Allocation Bill, and to the extent that they also have to pass Division of Revenue Bill by virtue of the Constitution. Coming to the Act, let me commend, I hardly ever commend this friend of mine, but today I'm obliged to comment because I think they have done a good, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga has done a good job, and there's some thought process in the development of the bill. Honorable Speaker, allow me just to make a few comments.
And my comments will start on clause 11. Clause 11 requires that where there is need to, so they are unable to jointly resolve a question arising under Article 110 of the Constitution, the Speaker in B jointly appoint any person or body of person to make such recommendation within 7 days on the way forward as may be appropriate. At the Committee of the Whole House, and I hope, Sir George, let me admit I've not read the report, we might have to reconsider to restrict or limit to the types of bodies that can be called upon to resolve such a matter. This legislation, and now where I stand, I would propose even the Council of Law Reforms, if it's a legal entity, or of the Attorney General, because he has to give a legal opinion to decide which way forward. Because if we leave it open, a person, a body of persons, is so ambiguous that the head of the Speaker can choose anybody within their ranks to purportedly review the matter. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I also do not see the essence of clause 12.2 because that's already provided for in the Constitution. It is not a good drafting procedure to lift, copy and paste from the Constitution and put it in a bill of parliament. Probably these are some of the areas that we need to provide for. In clause 12.3, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a bit draconian. I said draconian, so as to say, the relevant departmental committee of where the draconian part, where I disagree here, that the bill or motion be not proceeded, the committee of the House, the committee of the National Assembly may recommend that a bill of motion be not proceeded with by the Assembly for want of compliance with the procedure set out at Article 109(5) of the Constitution. I find this too draconian, too limiting, as we have always done. We don't fix a working system. Let the bill come through the normal second reading. Let it meet its fate at the end of the second reading with recommendations from the committee. Honorable Speaker, when we go to clause 14, and this is very critical, and we are facing the same, Honorable Speaker, it has been several days since this House selected its members for this Employment Amendment Act. Up to now, Senate has not recommended their members, so everything is in the limbo. I would actually suggest, where in clause 14.2, the speakers of both houses shall appoint a mediation committee consisting of equal numbers of each house to attempt to develop a version of the bill that both houses will pass. I would suggest, Honorable Speaker, and I want to suggest to Honorable Chepkonga and Honorable Murugara that we put our timelines, be it a number of sitting, and I will propose 4 sitting days, or if the House is in recess, probably have 14 calendar days. Again, on the issue of the chairmanship of the mediation committee, again, this is where the issues has been a problem. Of course, it says equal numbers. Chair, Honorable Speaker, equal members will never elect a chairman. Because if each party, each group, each delegation, let me call it, goes with a fixed mind, none of them will ever elect any chairman. They will always be stalemate because it's equal number, they'll vote for an equal number. To resolve the stalemate, Honorable Speaker, I would propose amendments to an extent that the House that rejected the bill should be the one to form the chair, and the House that originated the bill takes up the vice chair position. Again, how do they resolve disputes? By consensus, or each house votes on a separate way. Another recipe for stalemate, we will never move. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a progressive bill, and I would request that we actually have a lot of input before we finalize. Finally, Honorable Speaker, unless I will allow me to continue as I have several minutes to go, I need your guidance, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to conclude so that I don't encumber the system.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Members, the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th day of March 2024, at 9:30 a.m.